Good evening. I'd like to call to order the April 11th Assembly meeting. And first, I'd like to welcome everybody in the audience, those at home watching on TV or on the Internet. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Ms. Timboski.
Present.
Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Trainee.
Present.
Here. Mr. Steele.
Got you ahead of time.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Deputy Chief McCoy, would you come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Mayor?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I also don't have a chair's report this evening, other than, again, welcome.
Ma'am, you passed the minutes of previous meetings.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We're going to go back to item number 4. Mr. Trainee, may I have a motion to approve the 3 sets of minutes?
Madam Chair, move to approve the minutes, item 4A, 4B, and 4C, the minutes of our February 14th meeting, February 24th meeting, and February 28th meeting. One motion, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ask unanimous consent to approve these minutes, and I don't see any objection. The minutes are approved. Committee reports. I will start with Mr. Weddleton.
The Community Economic Development Committee met on the 6th, and you will be hearing more about that as we work through the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
No report. Happy Passover.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee met on the 22nd of March in our new headquarters election center on Ship Creek Avenue. And we got the quarter tour that day. And as they were preparing for ballots coming in, and we're actually going to be meeting there again tomorrow at 1 p.m. And I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Steele.
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just that, with your consent, I resign my position as a member of the AMATS Policy Committee, and Mr. Weddleton has taken my spot. Congratulations or condolences, as you prefer, Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Evans.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Domboski.
Madam Chair, I don't have a report, but I do have a disclosure to make.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, though there's no real action other than acceptance pursuant to the Ethics Code, I would like to disclose AIM 50-2017. It's item 9E8. It's a notice of upcoming collective bargaining agreement negotiations with the IAFF Local 1264. My husband is a captain with the Anchorage Fire Department and a member of IAFF Local 1264, so I make the disclosure for you and the public.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Trainee, can I have a motion to incorporate the laid-on-table items and the
Madam Chair,
addendum?
move to incorporate the addendum to the agenda with the laid on the table items, ma'am.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. Addendum to the agenda, item 9A10, AR 2017-138, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring can you read that one? Thanks.
Resolution AR 2017-138, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Assembly Chair L.B. Gray Jackson for 34 years of dedicated and exemplary public service to the people of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, and for her courage, compassion, and commitment to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Agenda item 9C3, AM 29927, recommendation of award to S.R. Bales Construction, Inc. for the South Central Law Enforcement Tactical Range and Training Facility for the Municipality of Anchorage. Item 9D19, AM 297-2017, 2017-2018, liquor license renewal, beverage dispensary license, Taproot LL number 2097. Item 9D20, AM 300-2017, recommendation of award to Kiewit Manson JV to provide progressive design build services for the municipality of Anchorage, Port of Anchorage, $33 million. Item 9DE, Assembly Information Memorandum 50-2017, notice of upcoming collective bargaining agreement negotiations with International Association Firefighters 1264. Item 9DF, 13, ordinance number 2017-68, ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 2109-050, to allow marijuana retail sales establishments in the GRST 1 and the GRST 2 zoning districts. Item 9F, ordinance number 2017-21, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 1080, to make several technical corrections and minor modifications to the marijuana licensing regulations. Laid on table items, Agenda Item 9A11, AR 2017-140, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 22nd, 2017 as Anchorage Earth Day and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to work together to increase environmental and climate literacy in our community. Item 9F, AR 2017-139, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2017 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. Item 916, AO 2769, an ordinance setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas of the Municipality of Anchorage general government for 2017. Item 9F17, AO 2017-70, an ordinance setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2017. There are also accompanying memorandums. Item 9F18, AO 2017-72, an ordinance revising and appropriating funds for the 2017 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Operating Capital Budgets, Municipal Light and Power, and Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Reimbursable Projects, MLMP BRU Gas Field Fund, MLMP Contributed Plant. Item 911C4, Summary of Economic Effects for Ordinance Number 2017-31S. Item 914, N1, Information Memorandum 42-2017, Pesticide-Free Anchorage Ordinance 2017-59. Ask unanimous consent to incorporate both the addendum and the laid-on-table items. Seeing no objection, those items are incorporated. Mr. Trainee, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee, Mr. Starr. Now I will see who would like to pull any items, and I'll start with you, Mr. Dombrowski.
9 Alpha 9 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Croft.
9 Alpha 3 and 4.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
9 Alpha 1.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn.
9 Alpha 6, please.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
Want to pull item 9C1, Madam Chair?
9C1.
9C1, 9A2, 9A8, and did you pull LB's 9A10, Mr. Flynn?
I did not, but I'm happy to do so.
Well, no, I'm pulling it. That's the reason I asked. I thought I heard you say 9A10.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Anything else, Mr. Trainee?
Nothing else, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele?
No items, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9A7 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr?
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar?
9 Alpha 5 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
9A11 for reading.
9A
11.
on the laid-on-table items. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'm going to read the items that we pulled. Okay, we pulled item 9A1, 9A2, 9A3, 9A4, 9A5, 9A6, 9A7, 9A8, 9A9, 9A10, and 9A11, and 9C1. Okay, let's vote on the remaining items on the agenda. Let's vote on the board. No. Okay. No reset vote. Leave it on the floor. What I'm going to do, no, it's not up there. Okay. Why don't I just ask unanimous consent because we'll have some time. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to approve the consent agenda minus the ones we pulled, and I see no objections. The consent agenda is approved. Thank you. We're now at agenda item 9A1, AR 2017-118, expression its gratitude to Frank Perez and his family for their efforts in cleaning locomotive 556. Mr. Evans.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is approved.
Mr. Perez here. There they go. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly expressing its gratitude to Frank Perez and his family for their efforts in cleaning locomotive 556. Whereas Anchorage was founded as a construction camp for the Alaska Railroad, and locomotive 556 serves as an important representation this part of the history of Anchorage. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage and the state of Alaska appropriated funds to rehabilitate locomotive 556, and countless hours of volunteer effort were instrumental in completing said restoration. And whereas locomotive 556 is an Anchorage icon located on the Delaney Park Strip at the corner of 9th Avenue and East Street. And whereas generations of Alaskans have enjoyed playing on and around locomotive 556 for decades. And whereas, in an unfortunate turn of events, locomotive 556 was defaced by vandals. And whereas Anchorage resident Frank Perez and his two daughters took it upon themselves selflessly and without any assistance to clean locomotive 556 and restore its luster. Now therefore be it resolved that the citizens of Anchorage recognize the generosity, selflessness, and can-do attitude of the Perez family exemplifies the best of the spirit of Anchorage residents. And be it further resolved that the Anchorage Assembly wishes to express its gratitude to Frank Perez and his daughters for their efforts in restoring locomotive 556. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2017.
Let's wait on that up front, if you could.
Microphone is yours. You want to say something? You can say a few words. Tell them how my name is Perseus, and that was a hard job.
Hello, my name's Perseus, and it was a hard job.
Tell them how old you are.
I'm 8 years old.
Go ahead, Gene. Tell them hi. Thank you for recognizing us.
Hi, my name is Alaska Ritas, and thank you for recognizing us.
That's it. You want to say something? Well, I'm Frank. Hi, everybody. This is very humbling. It's very rewarding to be recognized. It's a little bit intimidating up here in front of all these important people, but I'll muscle through it like I did that locomotive. Here in Alaska, we live here. We try to be good members of our community, and I got these two young women that I'm trying to grow to be strong and independent and very powerful women, hopefully one day. Maybe she'll be in your seat one day, Miss Gray Jackson. And when we see things like the locomotive, I hope people, take initiative and do something, not just for the city, but for the state and for themselves and for their family. And I would like to say thank you to everybody again. This is, like I said, very humbling. And to my beautiful family, they always keep me pointed in the right direction. And without them, I'd be lost. So thank you again, everybody.
Thank you. We are now at Agenda Item 9A2, AR 2017-119, recognizing and honoring Deputy Chief Gary Gilliam for over 40 years of dedicated and exemplary public service to the Anchorage Police Department, the Municipality of Anchorage, the State of Alaska, and the United States of America. Mr. Trainee.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. This item is approved. Mr. Trainee will present, and I am honored to read. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Deputy Chief Gary Gilliam for over 40 years of dedicated and exemplary public service to the Anchorage Police Department, the Municipality of Anchorage, the State of Alaska, and the United States of America. Whereas Gary Gilliam was born in New Albany, Mississippi, raised in Memphis, Tennessee, served in the U.S. Air Force between 1974 and 1978 with the USAF Security Services and a joint military national security agency unit, including duty in Crete, Texas, and Mississippi. And whereas on February 22, 1983, following 4 years of service as a U.S. Customs officer, Gary joined the Anchorage Police Department as a member of APD Academy 83-1, served as class president, and is the last member of APD Academy 83 still serving with the Anchorage Police Department. And whereas Gary has served as a patrol officer, K-9 officer and trainer, field training officer for patrol and K-9 patrol sergeant, detective sergeant with the fraud unit, juvenile crime unit, internal affairs, patrol lieutenant, and as the commander of the Metro Drug Unit, homicide, robbery, assault unit, special victims unit, crimes against children unit, and theft and burglary unit. And whereas in 2007, Gary was appointed commander of the newly formed Community Action Policing CAP team, in which capacity he helped re-implement and execute the community policing model in Anchorage, making significant inroads in neighborhoods including Fairview, Mountain View, Russian Jack, Downtown, and Spenard, while working collaboratively with community councils, code enforcement, and other municipal departments and community partners, and making effective use of AMC 8.80, fee for excessive police responses. And whereas following service as the acting crime suppression unit captain, acting deputy chief, and acting chief in 2015, Gary was appointed deputy chief of operations for the Anchorage Police Department, in which position he has helped to chart a new direction for the department while mentoring the next generation of APD leadership. And whereas Gary and his wife Liz were married on April 29, 1978, and have 4 children, Darlene, Jeremy, Jennifer, Eileen, Tom, and Brandon, Hilda, and 6 grandchildren, Connor, Luke, Taylor, Ashley, Kylie, and Samson. And his family has always supported Gary's public service career, often at the expense of family time. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honors and recognizes APD Deputy Chief Gary Gilliam for more than 40 years of exemplary dedicated public service to the Anchorage Police Department, Municipality of Anchorage, State of Alaska, and United States of America. The Anchorage Municipal Assembly further resolves to recognize Gary's wife, Liz, and his family for their support of his public service career and for their sacrifices. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2017.
Chair Gravy Jackson, Elvie. I have worked with you all, members of the Assembly, the municipality. Your Honor, it's a joke between Ethan and I. I would like to say that this particular administration And the recent assemblies that we've had the opportunity to work with has been among the best in my career. I have seen more cooperation, more dedication, and more willingness to sit at the table and work on problems in the community. You now have an opportunity to move forward with this new captains that you have here, the police department, what you have given this police department and this community, and the mayor. Thank you so very much, because you are about to see some good things come forward. I'm reminded of the 2001 movie Odyssey. You know, great things are about to come, and I'm hopeful for our community. I intend to retire soon. Many of you know my wife Liz and her circumstances. We are moving forward to work on our family, some issues here, but I will be here in this community. I plan to be here in Alaska until they throw me in the dirt. So this is, I adopted this community in this state back in the 70s, and I can find no other place in this world to live, to want to raise my family and do better. So thank you. What you've given me is a great honor, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Chief. I couldn't let you go without saying thank you just doesn't seem adequate. You know, it just doesn't. As a representative, you have been more than patient with me. You've always returned calls. You've always sat there and taken the time to help us walk through the issues that we were impacted by in Chugach-Eagle River. And your dedication to this community is what many of us aspire to achieve. You truly are an inspiration, and happy retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Flynn?
It's tough to know where to start. Sergeant, lieutenant, captain, deputy chief. I'll just say, sir.
I prefer Gary.
It's with a heavy heart that I voted to approve this. I know you're leaving, and I know you're leaving a great team behind, but it's tough to see you go. You have showed a specific and relentless dedication to our neighborhoods and to the neighborhoods I represent. And I thank you for that. I thank your family for the sacrifices that I know they made on our community's behalf. Godspeed, sir, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to consult with the mayor and see if he'd be willing to veto this, because I really do hate to see you go. The only thing I can say is that you are an absolute credit to that uniform, and that's the highest praise I can give you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainee?
Gary, just want to say thank you. You've allowed the citizens of this town to sleep peacefully at night, and that takes a lot of time for you and your family. But thanks for all you've done for us. It's been great working with you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele?
I hate to see you go, and I'm glad that you're going to stay in the community, because I'll be here too. And you've done some good things for me. I remember having a fire next door to my house, and I looked out back, and there you were unlocking the back gate for the command team to come in. Did a good job. That's the most I think people can say, or certainly the least they can say, for a career well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Briefly, it's been a lot of years, you're remarkable. I don't want to sit here crying. So anyway, thank you very much. And Cher sends her regards.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now at Agenda Item 9A3, AR 2017-126, recognizing and honoring the exceptional service and achievements of Jeff Formento. Mr. Croft.
I move item 9A3. Move to approve.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is approved.
Is Jeff here?
Yes.
Come on up. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the exceptional service and achievements of Jeff Formento. Whereas Jeff Formento was born and raised in Alaska and has been a citizen of Anchorage for the past 56 years, he loves the mountains and being in the great Alaskan outdoors. His love for Anchorage and strong work ethic drew him to the municipality of Anchorage on August 25th, 1986. And whereas Jeff Formento was embraced by the municipality of Anchorage community as a person of knowledge, skill, and friendly disposition, which assured his coworkers that they could take solace in his steadfast presence, eliminating their anxieties with technology and providing them with the confidence to overcome their challenges. And whereas during Jeff Formento's career, his service to the municipality of Anchorage extended to the ZJ Lusac Library from the Information Technology Department, and whereas during his employment, Jeff Formento befriended his colleagues and touched the hearts and minds of everyone he met, enriching their lives both personally and professionally. His dedication and exemplary commitment to making a difference, along with his love of life and profound sense of humor, will always be remembered. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly and Mayor Ethan Berkowitz recognize Jeff Formento's 30 years of exceptional service to the municipality of Anchorage and honor his achievements, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2017.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the opportunity I've had here. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Excuse me, Madam Clerk. She'd like to say something.
Through the chair, I would just like you to know a lot of people don't know Jeff, but if he would say something once more, you are going to recognize that it's avuncular voice that you hear when you call IT help desk. So I can't thank you enough for helping me over the years, Jeff. It's been wonderful. So say something for us.
It's been wonderful working with you.
Thank you. We are now at Agenda Item 9A4, AR 2017-127, recognizing and honoring the exceptional service and achievements of Chris Carey. Mr. Croft.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is approved, and I will be presenting.
I'm just going to be reading everything from now on. Whereas Chris Curry began his career in the Department of Information Technology on April 6, 1986, and will be retiring from his position as system analyst on April 28, 2017, with over 30 years of invaluable service to the municipality of Anchorage. And whereas Chris Curry's career has spanned the administrations of Mayor Tony Knowles, Mayor Tom Fink, Mayor Rick Mystrom, George Wirch, Mark Begich, Acting Mayor Matt Clayman, Mayor Dan Sullivan, and current Mayor Ethan Berkowitz. And whereas Chris Curry is committed to our community and has inspired young people in our community to explore opportunities in science and technology through his extensive volunteer efforts in robotics. And whereas Chris Curry will be remembered for his loyalty and professionalism, which is incomparable. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly and Mayor Ethan Berkowitz recognize Chris Curry's 31 years of exceptional service to the municipality of Anchorage and honor his achievements, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2017.
You get to talk, Chris.
Okay, all right. I'm very much out of practice with public speaking, so please forgive my uneven pacing and small bits of rambling. I have three themes, or perhaps observations, that I wanted to weave into this short speech. The Anchorage School District is awesome. Diversity matters. and people before process. I can't believe my luck in getting to be in the list of recognitions with two very personal connections. And back here, I spent the first 24.5 years, I'm in IT, I do numbers. I spent the first 24.5 years of my Muni career at HHS. I worked for the best boss, Al Kars, the best manager, Bill Manns, the best coworker and shipmate, Randy Henderson, and the best director, and my first personal hero, Jewel Jones. I am so happy to see HHS out here for their 80 years. Yeah. I learned the value of public health, customer service, and public service at 825 L Street. I remembered it as a can-do organization with everyone from top to bottom pitching in, from sweeping the parking lot to running emergency facilities on 9/11 and immunization clinics for the public. It was a true team, and it was an honor to work there. I want to also recognize, out of order, sorry, my second personal hero, Elvie Gray Jackson. Elvie, I want you to know that you inspire courage, strength, and compassion. You inspire young women like my daughters and are a beacon of light for what we can all accomplish when our diversity is our strength. My wife, Marie, and I combined have spent over, how should I say this? It's 110 years in Anchorage. But for our future, my two grown daughters, my wife, and I now have 3 missions. Save the planet, save the country, and save the future. Our daughters have number 1 and number 2 covered, and I'm on number 3. And this is why I started with the Anchorage School District is awesome. Outside of work, I've spent 10 years on the Science Fair Board, 10 years taking school district interns. And the most fun of all was 17 years of robotics at Diamond High. I cannot successfully convey to you in words how amazing these teachers are and how filled with hope you can be when working with these kids. Our current project should blow your minds. We have been accepted into a worldwide artificial intelligence competition. There will be a worldwide press release May 3rd. Have you heard of neural networks or deep learning? Did I mention how awesome Anchorage School District, its teachers, and its students are? Wow! If we win the $3 million prize, you can thank us later. Have a good evening.
Wait a minute, don't go away. There are 2 people who want to say something, but I got to say this first, okay? I had to twist your arm to let me do this, and the reason is because you're shy, but I'll tell you what, you've spoken longer than anybody else ever. So, anyway, that's great. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I saw a sign that said "Welcome to Alaska, Chris." Could you explain this sign? I'm curious. Is there a story behind
I don't
this?
understand it either. I was asking him that myself. Kind of like, why are...
Well, you've been here 110 years.
Right.
Oh, okay, great. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I think there's an error in this resolution because it began his amazing career, apparently, in the Department of Information Technology in 1986. Was there information technology in 1986?
So actually, I was a high school intern in the 1970s with the municipality, and we did actually do punch cards. I think it was technology.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you so much for your service, Chris. We are now at agenda item number 9A5, AR 2017-117, recognizing April 2017 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. Mr. Dunbar.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this resolution is approved.
Do we have someone to accept it? Oh, thank you. Whereas sexual assault is a public health concern that subjects victims to debilitating immediate and long-term physical, psychological, social, and financial issues, and is a threat to critical societal structures, and the costs in terms of lost contributions, achievements, and income cannot fully be measured. And whereas the United States first observed Sexual Assault Awareness Month nationally in April 2001 as an avenue to support victims, increase awareness and education, and build momentum to prevent sexual violence. And whereas the Alaska Network on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault is a nonprofit statewide network, legal advocacy project, and pro bono program linking together individuals and community-based service providers to assist victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. And whereas the mission of the State of Alaska Department of Public Safety, Council on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault is to provide safety for Alaskans impacted or victimized by domestic violence and sexual assault through a system of statewide crisis intervention, perpetrator accountability, and prevention services. And whereas the State of Alaska Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault supports the preventative efforts of shelters for victims of domestic and sexual violence statewide by engaging in a wide range of programs, including the Green Dot Alaska program, Coaching Boys into Men and Girls on the Run, and the 4th R curriculum in schools. And whereas in 2016, Stand Together Against Rape, STAR, served 1,059 individuals, responded to 1,915 crisis line calls, provided 682 hours of counseling to 135 clients, made 52 presentations to first responders, and 109 presentations to 1,012 community members. And whereas STAR will support several local events in April to raise awareness and focus on the prevention of sexual assault and gender violence, including Walk a Mile in Her Shoes on April 29th at the University Center Mall, Denim Day on April 26th, and the 6th Annual Survivors Ball at Mad Myrna's on April 22nd. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honors community members and volunteers across the state who are networking to meet the challenge of raising awareness for the prevention and elimination of crimes of sexual assault in our community, and recognizes April 2017 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April 2017.
Thank you. I am Keely Olson, the Executive Director of Standing Together Against Rape, or STAR. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you for honoring Sexual Assault Awareness Month and all of the survivors with bringing awareness to the issue throughout the month. I want to encourage people to be involved. This is something, STAR is here, and it's an honor to accept this proclamation, but we absolutely could not do this alone. As Assemblyman Dunbar just noted, this is a community effort. We receive so much support from the municipality. We receive support from Mayor Berkowitz. We receive support from the state and, of course, a number of donors, individual donors, as well as businesses that support us throughout the year. And this is just something that it takes the entire community to change the norms, the social norms that accept violence, violence in the home, violence in the streets, violence against women and children and men. And we are honored to do the work. We recognize that without the community, we wouldn't be making any progress at all. So we enjoy approximately 55 volunteers who work with us on a regular basis and are emissaries to the community. And I encourage everyone to get involved. There is a wealth of information about how to do that on STAR's website. And we simply want to be a conduit, if you will, to help people be involved in for this issue in any way that we can, whether it's being involved with STAR, being involved with Green Dot Anchorage, being involved as a pro bono attorney with the ANDVSA legal advocacy program, or whether it is holding a private fundraiser one weekend. You know, whatever it takes, we're happy to help you figure out a way that you can support survivors of sexual assault and prevent sexual assault and abuse. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are now at Agenda Item 9A6, AR 2017-120, recognizing and honoring Alaska Legal Services Corporation on its 50th anniversary. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this resolution is approved. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nicole, would you please come forward? I believe Mr. Croft will be presenting. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Alaska Legal Services Corporation on its 50th anniversary. Whereas, excuse me, whereas Alaska Legal Services Corporation was established in 1967 as a private nonprofit law firm in Alaska, and whereas ALSC is dedicated to bridging the statewide gap between those who need civil legal help and those who are able to afford it. And by the way, you're the other attorney. You should be down there too. Whereas ALSC provides high-quality civil legal services to low-income and disadvantaged people to protect their safety and health, to promote family stability, and to improve the quality of life for children, families, and the elderly from the community of Anchorage and throughout Alaska. And whereas in an average year, ALSC enables approximately 6,400 low-income Alaskans who are facing critical civil legal issues, including consumer law, family law, domestic violence, housing problems, public benefits, health care complications, veterans issues, and elderly advocacy. And whereas for the past 50 years, ALSC has offered free legal help to those who need help resolving these issues and that directly affect low-income Alaskans' families, homes, incomes, jobs, and access to vital services such as health care and utilities. And whereas ALSC lawyers have been responsible for many seminal cases in Alaska, including Allakaket v. Hickel, which paved the way for the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, Reynolds v. Kimmons, which established the right to counsel for putative fathers in paternity cases, Hooch v. the Alaska School System, which led to the establishment of local schools throughout rural Alaska, John v. Baker, which affirmed the status of Alaska Native villages as tribes and their jurisdiction over internal domestic relations, Garner v. State, which challenged Medicaid coverage limits for those with severe disabilities, Facing Foster Care in Alaska versus State, which assures medically necessary orthodontia for foster children, Jacobs v. State, which holds that grandparents of children in state custody are entitled to receive notice and be heard in proceedings impacting their grandchildren, Alaska Trustee LLC versus Ambridge, which holds the Consumer Protection Act applies to foreclosures, and Bolds v. Nielsen, which upholds the right of unmarried domestic violence survivors to equitable property distributions. And whereas ALSC helps make other institutions more efficient and effective while seeking to uphold the rights of all Alaskans to equal access to justice, and whereas ALSC is hosting a community-wide celebration in Anchorage on Friday, April 21, to honor its 50th anniversary. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly congratulates the Alaska Legal Services Corporation on its 50th anniversary, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2017.
Thank you so much. I'm Nicole Nelson, and I'm the Executive Director of Alaska Legal Services, and I am so honored to be able to lead our organization at this time as we hit our 50th anniversary. And I wanted to thank the municipality and Mayor Berkowitz for supporting our mission and making sure that access to justice is a reality for all Alaskans, not just those who can afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Oh, Nicole, wait, hold on. I need to say more nice things about you. So, thank you, Madam Chair. In the summer of 2010, I was a clerk in the offices of Alaska Legal Services Corporation. I was impressed then and still am impressed by the tremendous work they do, mostly for people who can't afford it for themselves. And what they do is absolutely vital. And I think most people in our society know what public defenders are and understand it in the criminal context, but don't realize how crucial civil legal services are for those who can't afford it. And this is the work that Nicole and her team does. I'd also like to take a brief moment in the tiny chance that somebody out there in the federal political circles are listening, just urge them to maintain funding for the Legal Services Corporation. It is absolutely crucial to this state. It is absolutely crucial to this country. And again, Nicole, thank you so much for the work that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, I guess I should probably provide a belated conflict of interest statement. My wife's on the board and will be emceeing the event on April 21st. But I do encourage those of you who do take the mission of ALSC seriously, and as I do, to maybe take a minute and drop by. I believe it'll be at the Willowa Friday the 21st, and maybe share a couple of dollars or a story or something. ALSC has made a tremendous difference in the course of Alaska's legal history, and it matters. Maybe not to you directly, but to so many Alaskans. So thank you, Nicole, for you and your team and all the work that you do.
Thank you.
Good news, Mr. Flynn. The chair rules that you do not have a conflict. We are now at agenda item 9A7, AR 2017-128, recognizing and honoring the Department of Health and Human Services on their 80th anniversary for their leadership and dedicated service to the Anchorage community. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is approved.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring the Department of Health and Human Services on their 80th anniversary for their leadership and dedicated service to the Anchorage community. Whereas for the past 80 years, the Department of Health and Human Services has served as a leader and a partner in safeguarding public health and well-being in the municipality of Anchorage. And whereas DHHS prevents, detects, and treats communicable diseases, and whereas DHHS assures a safety net of services for our most vulnerable citizens, including nutrition education and support through the Women, Infants, and Children Supplemental Nutrition Program Office, and resource support through the Aging and Disability Resource Center. And whereas DHHS provides intervention and relocation services for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. And whereas DHHS develops and maintains coordinated emergency response capability for pandemics, natural disasters, and bioterrorist events. And whereas DHHS provides a sacred place for burial and bereavement at the Anchorage Memorial Park Cemetery. And whereas DHHS monitors and ensures the highest standards for air quality, food sanitation, noise control, housing, child care, and animal control regulations. And whereas DHHS employees have been awarded the prestigious 2017 Alaska Public Health Association President's Award, and are a dedicated team of professionals that work tirelessly in our clinics, offices, and out in the community daily. And whereas DHHS strengthens the fabric of our community by addressing emerging health issues, mobilizing community partners to identify and solve urgent public health needs, and developing and implementing plans and policies that maximize the health of all Anchorage residents. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to honor the Department of Health and Human Services on celebrating their 80th anniversary of safeguarding the health and well-being of the city's citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2017.
Thank you so much. I'm Melinda Freeman, the Director of the Department of Health and Human Services, and the people standing with me do all the work to keep all of us safe. They keep our animals safe, our people safe, our children fed, pregnant moms supported and fed, and I could go on, and I'll spare you those details, as I think you're all keenly aware of what we do at DHHS, even though we're sometimes called the best kept secret in Anchorage. And we are prepared in the event of an emergency to ensure that 300,000 people receive medication within 48 hours. So I really can't thank our team enough. Thank you as the Assembly members for your support. Again, we are acutely aware of budgets and making sure that we get the best bang for our buck through this fabulous team of professionals. We have over 100 people working at DHHS, and we couldn't do our work without you, without our team at the administration, and without the partners that are very wonderfully honored tonight, from Chris to Alaska Legal Services to STAR, and we could go on and on with our partners. We couldn't do it without all of them. So thank you. It's a privilege to be here and receive this honor for 80 years of service, and we hope we keep making progress in the health and well-being of our community. Thank you so much.
We are now at Agenda Item 9A8, AR 2017-121, celebrating the designation of April 18, 2017 as National Lineman Appreciation Day and recognizing the vital public service of electric utility personnel. Mr. Trainee.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is approved. I will be reading.
Who's presenting?
Pete. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating the designation of April 18, 2017 as National Lineman Appreciation Day and recognizing the vital public service of electric utility personnel. Whereas the vocation of line worker is steeped in a personal, family, and professional tradition where service, safety, reliability, and sacrifice are fundamental. And whereas line workers are dedicated public servants who answer the call of duty 24 hours a day, every day of the year, performing their vital work in often the harshest weather conditions. And whereas the essential services provided by Municipal Light and Power, Chugach Electric Association, and Matanuska Electric Association line workers, together with other employees and utilities, play a vital role in our community. And whereas line workers stand ready for being first responders and keeping the power on and protecting public safety. And whereas national, state, and municipal governing bodies across the United States have joined the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association in designating April 18, 2017 as National Lineman Appreciation Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly thanks and recognizes all electric utility employees, but particularly line workers, in celebrating National Lineman Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2017.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of the three utilities that serve Anchorage's business and customers and the residential customers in Anchorage. Matanuska Electric, Tony Izzo, the general manager, is here. Lee Thiebert, the general manager of Chugach Electric, is here with me as well. And I'm Mark Johnston, Municipal Light and Power, and we just want to say thank you on behalf of all these guys that do such great work.
Thank you. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, guys. I just wanted to relate. I was one way back when. In the Army in 1964, I was a school trained down in Georgia. But I didn't particularly like gaffing out of poles 30 feet and decided maybe I ought to seek a different career. But thank you guys for what you do. I know it's tough out there, especially in this weather, and you do a great job. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Flynn.
Just got to give a shout out to Coach Kelly. Good to see you, Dante. Thanks for all you guys do.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you very much for all you do. We appreciate it. We're now at agenda item 9A9, AR 2017-122, recognizing April 2017 as Safe Digging Month and encouraging all citizens to spread awareness about safe digging practices and to always call 811 before digging. Ms. Dombrowski.
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is approved.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2017 as Safe Digging Month and encouraging all citizens to spread awareness about safe digging practices and to always call 811 before digging. Whereas April is nationally recognized as Safe Digging Month and serves to promote public awareness about the importance of calling 811 and digging safely, and whereas each year Alaska's underground utility infrastructure is jeopardized by unintentional damage, which may cause undesired consequences such as service interruption, damage to the environment, and potential personal injury. Whereas the rate at which Alaskans hit utility lines is 3 times greater than the national average, and so local and statewide efforts to increase awareness of 811 and safe digging are necessary to prevent damage to the underground utility infrastructure and ensure the public safety. And whereas 811 was designated as the national call before you dig number in 2005 as an active free service in the municipality of Anchorage that dispatches utilities to locate underground lines at the subject property, and whereas placing a call to 811 at least 2 business days before digging, respecting the marked lines and hand digging within the tolerance zone greatly reduces the risk of hitting the utility line. Now therefore be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes April 2017 as Safe Digging Month and encourages all citizens to spread awareness about safe digging practices and to always call 811 before digging. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April 2017.
Thank you so much for having us. I need to just say real quick that if you ever need a reminder of how many amazing people are in this community, like, this is the place to be. This is a great group to follow. My name is Kelsey Anderson. I'm with NSTAR in our communications department, and this is Lindsay Hobson. I just want to thank the Assembly for recognizing April as Safe Digging Month. This is a really important public safety issue in our community, and every call to 811 could be saving a life. Ours, our family members, or our neighbors. So thank you for recognizing it, and thank you for bringing awareness to this important issue. Thanks.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Resolution A10. It's AR 2017-130, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Assembly Chair Elvie Gray Jackson for her 34 years of dedicated exemplary public service to the people of Municipality of Anchorage and for her courage, compassion, commitment to our community.
Object.
Second. Second.
I'm ignoring you. I need a motion. I did the motion. Is there a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous. There's no objection. That's approved. Just come down with me, Madam Chairman.
This item is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Assembly Chair Elvie Gray Jackson for 34 years of dedicated and exemplary public service to the people of the municipality of Anchorage, and for her courage, compassion, and commitment to our community. Whereas Elvie Gray Jackson was born and raised in Newark, New Jersey, as a young adult set out on a grand adventure to Anchorage, Alaska, and has never looked back, having taken Alaska and Alaskans to her heart. And whereas in 1983, Elvie began her public service career with the municipality of Anchorage at the Public Transit Department, transferring to the Assembly Department in 1988 as an administrative assistant, moving up to senior budget analyst and eventually to director of the Budget and Legislative Services Office, working with 42 Assembly members while earning a degree from the University of Alaska Anchorage. And whereas in 2008, Elvie was elected to the Anchorage Assembly Midtown seat 4G and was elected in 2011, re-elected in 2011 and 2014, serving as chair of the Assembly Budget and Finance Committee, as a member of the Public Safety Committee and the Rules Committee, and as Assembly National League of Cities liaison and Assembly alternate liaison to the Alaska Municipal League. As a member of the board of the National League of Cities and as a member of the National League of Cities Investment Advisory and Financial Committee, and as Assembly Vice Chair and Chair. And whereas Elvie has been involved with and has supported numerous community groups, including the Boys and Girls Club, the NAACP Anchorage and Anchorage Urban League, Standing Together Against Rape, STAR, Abused Women, Women's Aid in Crisis, AWAKE, 4A's Safe Harbor Inn, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and the Arc of Anchorage, and recently spearheaded Anchorage's involvement with former First Lady Michelle Obama, Let's Move initiative, which focuses on 5 achievable goals, including fighting childhood obesity, earning her the honor of introducing the First Lady at a White House luncheon in 2015. 15. 16?
16.
Says 15.
15.
All right. Whereas Elvie's leadership in the community and her advocacy for social justice have made her a role model for others in the community, especially our youth, as she has advocated for what is right and just and what is fair and equitable, making time for our youth, meeting with them and mentoring them, and empowering and informing citizens through her attendance and participation at multiple community council meetings every month, and earning her recognition as a YWCA Alaska Women of Achievement in 2014. And whereas Elvie understands that 21st century Anchorage should be about inclusion and equity and not exclusion and marginalization, as demonstrated by her support for AO 2009-64, Proposition 5, and One Anchorage, One Economy initiative, and AO 2015-96 S1, as amended, which was adopted by the Anchorage Assembly on September 29, 2015. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and honors Assemblyman Chair Elvie Gray Jackson for her 34 years of dedicated and exemplary public service to the people of the municipality of Anchorage and for her courage, compassion, and commitment to our community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April, 2017.
Okay, not to be presumptuous, but I have a request, okay? So next week, I know I'm going to fall apart and fall on the ground and cry in the whole 9 yards, okay? So if anybody has anything to say, let's wait till next week because we have a lot of business to deal with and I don't want to fall on the ground and fall apart.
You're not chairman right now, please. We have people who want to say things about you, so. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair. Elvie. I wasn't there 34 years ago when you started this municipality, but I was there 9 years ago when you started as an assembly member. And I think I'm unique. I'm the only one who's been here the entire time. You've been on the assembly, who started, Bill's been here too, with you, and is going to finish with you next week. And there are any number of wonderful things I could say, but I think what speaks most to how amazing you are, breaking ceilings that some people didn't even know existed, is your relationship with Mr. Trainee. You've been, you
Be careful.
You've been friends, you've been foes, and you've been friends again. And that speaks to your incredible skills. This community has been enriched in numerous ways by them, and so as somebody who's got to sort of watch in awe, thank you for all you've contributed.
Thank you.
Mr. Croft, sir.
We ignored your suggestion that we don't compliment you, but I'll try and be brief. You do it right. I mean, when I get to watch you with constituents who maybe didn't vote for you or didn't think they liked you, just work with them to solve problems, you win people over. And all kinds of wonderful things that are true about you, but I think the one that stands out most to me is you just do public service the way it ought to be done. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Mr. Starr. Elvie, go back. I will have you taken out. Mr. Starr?
This is rare, Elvie. I don't do the compliment thing because we work well behind the scenes. It doesn't have to be a public announcement. But there is that bridging that you do so well, and it isn't a matter of whatever disposition or race or creed that you bring to the table. What I know is your heart is in this, and that's what I measure most of any of it. And you and I, early on in our careers, approached government drastically different, and we have figured out a way to work together and make our community better for that. You took the lead in that. I compliment you for that. And so it can be done. The divisive body up here is full of all the diversity and all the challenges and all the things that go into a better place. And we've made that. So what I say next week will be different than honoring you as chair, almost so that it surprised a lot of folks, and Elvie picked up on it right away as I nominated you for chair, because you had earned both the support of your body and the people that you serve up here, as well as the administration and all that. And you were, and will be for the next week, a tremendous chair. And I want you to take that away from a message who served under a lot of different chairs. Mostly Mr. Trainee cobbed that seat all the time. But you really, you proved your stripes, and you've done well for our community throughout. And that's a compliment that I want to make sure you hear from me on the record. Thank you.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Elvie, I've only been on this body for 4 years now, and it's been a pleasure working with you. What Bill Starr just said is true. Consummate professional, you know your job, you know it well, and you teach others, you help others. I first met you, I was on the school board way back when, and what you do for education, being on the assembly was great. You've always supported education. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate what you do, and I appreciate your friendship.
Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Her, not you. I was going to listen, but I cannot let the moment go by. When I first came on this body, I remember my very first, the thing that makes me the most proud, I remember my very first piece of legislation I co-sponsored with you. And it's because I thought it was common sense. It was about public safety. I brought up the topic, and immediately you said, explain it to me, and I did. And you stood beside me, even though I had an administration that wasn't excited about it, because it was the right thing to do for the community. And that message has carried through every single time I've had a discussion with you about something I'm trying to do. You helped me figure it out. And I would say more than that, you've become my friend. And you've treated me with ideas, and you've talked to me about what are we trying to accomplish here. And you've helped me navigate the system, and you've taught me a lot, and I will never forget that. And I am just so proud to call you my friend.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Elvie, it's my turn. I remember when I first met you in about 1990. Remember Mark appointed me to a commission? We started working together, and then I ran and got elected in 91. And we've worked well over the years. I remember one time my guitarist said, I don't like when Mommy and Daddy fight. You and I were having a little tip about something.
We're both Aries.
And I always remember that. It's been fun to work with you. The one gift you give is compassion for everybody. And compassion is a hard thing to find in this town. So you set a good example for everybody to follow. It's been great working with you. I'm going to miss you from this body. But thanks, Elby, for working with me.
Thanks. That's it.
That's it.
Thanks very much.
Nobody will be shamed if you want to call for recess, Madam Chair.
I appreciate that, Patrick. But anyway, hello. We are now at agenda item 9A11, AR 2017-140, recognizing April 22nd, 2017 as Anchorage Earth Day and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to work together to increase environmental and climate literacy in our community. Mr. Weddleton.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this item is approved.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 22nd, 2017 as Anchorage Earth Day and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to work together to increase environmental and climate literacy in our community. Whereas on April 22nd, 1970, 20 million Americans addressed the need for a healthy and sustainable environment. And whereas Earth Day 1970 achieved a rare political alignment, enlisting support from Republicans and Democrats, rich and poor, urban and rural, and whereas environmental and climate literacy is an engine not only to inform voters and advance science-based environmental and climate laws and policies, but also to accelerate new technologies and jobs. And whereas on April 22nd, 2017, volunteers and community organizations will be hosting an event using the Teach-In concept deployed at the very first Earth Day in 1970. And whereas the Anchorage Earth Day 2017 event is an opportunity to build a community that will promote ideas and avenues for local environmental action for positive change. And whereas the mission of the State of Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation is to conserve, improve, and protect Alaska's natural resources and environment to enhance the health, safety, economic, and social well-being of Alaskans. And whereas the mission of the State of Alaska Energy Authority is to reduce the cost of energy in Alaska, and whereas the State of Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation and Alaska Energy Authority support environmental well-being statewide and innovative ways to address high energy costs, and whereas Anchorage Earth Day 2017 will provide a venue for community members and organizations to share their knowledge on environmental and climate issues that affect Alaskans and provide ideas and actions that will improve our communities through stewardship and new technology. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honors community members and volunteers across the state who are networking to meet the challenge of raising environmental and climate literacy in our community and recognizes April 22nd, 2017 as Anchorage Earth Day. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 11th day of April 2017.
You might as well stand up for this one.
I have to say I feel a little teary tonight. This feels like a really special evening, so I feel very lucky to bring this to you this evening. And Amy just told me that Elvie and her have, for the first time, signed something together. You initiated together. Is that correct? Okay. Oh, okay. I just want to take a moment, personal moment, to just say that it's a pleasure as a citizen to hear our assembly talk about your capacity to work together in behalf of the public. And I'm really pleased that in this time where things don't feel so tied together, that this assembly is functioning in a way that has a common good. And in that context, I want to invite you all to Earth Day. I tell all my students every year, every class, I always say, if you're not saving the world, where do you plan on living? And I think it's becoming clearer and clearer that our relationship with Earth is more and more intimate in terms of our care and our stewardship. And this is going to be a really fun event. There's going to be activities for children. There's going to be films. There's going to be speakers. The March for Science is going to march to the museum. It'll be going on from 11 to 2. And I think it really offers us as a community an opportunity to get together and talk about in real ways how do we begin to take on these critical challenges that matter in every way to all of us, whether it's fires or whether it's catastrophic weather or whether it's rising seas or whether it's our capacity to produce food or whether it's the bees. No matter what piece you look at, it's all connected, and we're very much in the center of caring for the earth right now. So as leaders, I hope you show up. I hope you become very, very creative and inspiring people who look to you for leadership, to take action, and for us to work together on common ground to save the world. So hope to see you there. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Sheila, it's great to see you here again. Your mother was my old professor years ago. She's why I'm here. So if you don't like me being here, blame her mother.
Yeah.
Lydia said, she was my professor, she said, you can run for the assembly. And I did exactly that, so my thanks to your mom.
Yeah.
But it was great working with you when you and I served together.
Yep. It's been a pleasure to be connected with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele?
Yeah, you bring back memories. At the risk of disclosing my age here, I participated in the first Earth Day when I was in college, way back when. So,
Me too.
it was a long time ago.
But you know what? A lot of things came from that first Earth Day. I mean, and when we were young, people just threw phone books out the window of their cars. There's paper everywhere. I mean, we've moved forward in lots of environmentally good ways. Yeah.
Well, I changed my major from business administration to environmental management.
So we'll see you at the event. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now at Agenda Item 9C1, AM 282-2017, MPC Energy Services, LLC, to provide electrical day labor services. Mr. Trainee.
Move to approve, Madam Chair. There's a second.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
We were asked by purchasing to pull it, sir. What do you want us to do it?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Through an administrative error on page 117 of your packet, there is a document entitled Abstract of Bids. I would respectfully request the Assembly to delete that document. It is the wrong document that goes with this recommendation of award. The correct document is posted online.
So can I have a motion to delete that document?
Move to delete the page, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. Seeing no objection, that page is deleted. We're now at the main motion. Ask unanimous approval of this item. Seeing no objection, this item is approved. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, is Judy Brady still here? She was appointed to a board. Judy, come down front if you would, please, ma'am, and tell us what board you were appointed to. And thank you very much for serving. We appreciate it. You've been here a long time, so thank you for waiting.
Thank you very much, through the Chair. It's for the Municipal Light and Power Commission.
Thank you very much. It's good to have you on there, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Ms. Brady, before you run off.
Yes.
You've been in public service in one form or another for a long time, so we appreciate you taking this on. There are challenges ahead for our electrical generation, distribution, utilities, and your expertise, I think, will be highly valuable. If ever I can provide counsel, by all means, don't hesitate to call.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Trainee, motion to...
Madam Chair, move to change earlier today, take up executive session, Madam Chair.
Second. Ms. Dombrowski?
Madam Chair, I understand the scope of the executive session is specific to IAFF Local 1264's contract.
Yes.
As such, I'd like to make a declaration of a conflict. My husband is a member of IAFF Local 1264. He's a captain at Station 11, and he would be impacted by this contract.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. The chair rules that you will not be participating in the executive session. Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we enter executive session, I just have to take a brief moment of personal privilege.
Certainly, Mr.
So we approved 3 items tonight dealing with the Dubin Road upgrade and repair. And I just wanted to compliment either PM&E or one of their contractors. We're now starting to hear from our constituents, and one of them interacted with one of our employees regarding their land and, giving up some of their land. And it was a very positive interaction. So I just want to thank PM&E or the contractor for working collaboratively, and I hope that they continue to do so as we go forward with this pretty disruptive project in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ahead of the motion to go into executive session, I wanted to mention that item 9E8 on the agenda, AIM 50-2017, does provide notice of an intent to begin collective bargaining agreements with negotiations with IAAF, the International Association of Firefighters Local 1264. The administration is hoping to apprise the Assembly of its preliminary thoughts on bargaining positions, strategy, and goals, the disclosure of which at this time would adversely affect the municipality's bargaining position and could tend to adversely affect its finances.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, as the municipality's tentative bargaining position, strategy, and goals are matters of immediate knowledge of which would have adverse effect on the municipality's bargaining position in labor negotiations with IAFF and could adversely affect municipal finances, I move to discuss the matter in executive session.
May I have a second, please? We are going into executive session. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Thank you for your patience. We are now at agenda item 11. Mr. Trainor?
Madam Chair. Let's see. I move that the tapes of the executive session be made available 6 months following the expiration of the next negotiated labor contract with IAFF.
We need a second. Seeing no objection, that motion is approved. Thank you, Mr. Training.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We are now at agenda item 11A, AM 25327, Urban Design Commission appointment was postponed for March 21st to permit the 10-day public comment. Can I have a motion to approve? Second, please.
Second.
Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 11B, AO 2017-36, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to include certain unauthorized operation of unmanned aerial vehicles, also known as drones, over private property. Public hearing was closed on February 28th. Action was postponed from February 28th and March 27th. Mr. Flynn. March 21st, I'm sorry. Oh, he's not here. Mr. Starr.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Does anybody know where Mr. Flynn is?
He was postponed indefinitely. I don't know where he is.
Because I really would like to wait for
Madam
him.
Chair?
Ms. Domboski.
Can I make a motion to change the order of the day and take up item 11C?
Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Second.
Seeing no objection, we're now at agenda item 11C. AO 2017-31, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage to record keeping and reporting requirements and other requirements for scrap metal dealers and dealers of precious metals.
Madam Chair.
Mr.
Madam
Trainee?
Chair, I want to move 2017-31S. That's item 11C2, the S version.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Can I have a second, please? Second. Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Croft has some amendments. Mr. Croft?
So I'd move amendment number 1. It should be in your packets.
Second.
Mr. Croft.
Amendment number 1 is technical. I think it was you, Mr. Trainee. Somebody alertly noticed that the 3s and 5s didn't add up. So
Right, it was during that meeting. I don't know who it was, but they alertly noted probably got a problem with it. So
it's just
I'm fine with
conforming to make it accurate.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. There's no one in the queue. Let's vote on Mr. Croft's amendment number 1. Please vote. That amendment is approved unanimously. Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Croft has amendment number 2.
I move amendment number 2.
Mr. Croft?
The amendment number 2 makes clear that there was discussion of, and there is a $100 limit in the underlying ordinance, but it wasn't. It only applied to part of it. So this would make it clear that they did not have to keep they did not have to record items under $100. So it sets a $100 limit on the requirements for the precious metal dealers.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. There is no one in the queue. We're voting on Mr. Croft's proposed amendment number 2. Please vote. That amendment is approved unanimously. We are now at the main motion.
Mr. Croft, you got a third amendment, sir?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Amendment number 3.
Mr. Croft.
I'll move amendment number 3.
Second.
Mr. Croft.
This is simple as well. So there was originally you had to keep the photograph of the item for 30 days. There was testimony that at least some of the dealers, some of the larger dealers, were going to take that photograph and put it on the police system. That's what the police would prefer because then they have it, the lead system. And also that if they kept it for 30 days, it probably wouldn't be sufficient to do much of anything with. That is, if you destroyed them within 30 days, the police wouldn't have an adequate opportunity to
get the report of the crime and get there. So this amendment makes it 90 days or put it on the system. And the strong preference is go ahead and put it on the system. Then you don't have to keep photographs at all. But if you are going to not put the photographs on the lead system, keep it for a longer 90 days. So you have your choice of keeping it for longer or putting it on the lead system, and that's the strong preference of the police that you do the latter.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
Looking at this 90 days, the issue here is the picture of the transaction can be from their regular security cameras. So if they have security cameras at their register, they can hold it up, and now they've taken a picture of what they bought. And if an issue came up, they could just go back to that part of the record. And 90 days, though, would be a long time to have something stored on your security cameras. I think 30 is fairly common. You could go longer depending on how many cameras and how much space you have, but 90 would be probably outside most. So by making it that long would either force buying a different camera system or taking actual snapshots with your digital camera or whatever, and that does raise the level of effort substantially. So 90 seems high. I mean, 45 is probably closer to what you would do, so I wonder if we could make that 45.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, just the testimony at the work session, at least, was that they weren't going to be using their normal cameras to do this. They were going to, with their cell phone or other camera, take a picture and put that on the lead system. If you're solely using your video system as your method of recording, yeah, I think the discussion had been more directed as it's a specific still picture that's downloaded. And as I said, that's their preference, and the 30 days just wasn't sufficient to, if people are going to avoid that system, wasn't necessarily sufficient to get time to get there and check it out.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, following up on that, I was clear at the work session to ask, is that adequate to just use your regular security cameras? And I got a yes on that. And the 30 days, I mean, pawn shops have 30 days to hold stuff. So going 30 is kind of typical pawn shop law that seems to have been working for quite a while. And 45 goes beyond that. So 90, I just think it wouldn't quite work for probably the typical small businesses system.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee?
May I ask the police department, could you come forward and tell us what works better for you and the department?
Ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, Lieutenant Richard Henning with the Anchorage Police Department. Obviously, the longer time for us would be preferable, as would the standalone pictures. The video camera, the clarity is always going to be in question on there, and on how well that would take if you hold an item up to a video camera.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Flynn?
Just if Mr. Weddleton wishes to make an amendment to the amendment, I'll second it for him.
Should I do that now? I'd like to I move to amend the amendment to change 90 days to 45 days.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We have before us an amendment to change 90 to 45, and there's no one in the queue. Please vote.
Thanks.
That amendment is approved 8-3.
That's all the amendments, I know.
Thank you. On the main amendment. Right. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We now have before us the amendment number 3 as amended. No one's in the queue. Please vote. That amendment is approved unanimously. We're now at the main motion.
As amended.
As amended. There are no other proposed amendments. We're now at the main motion. L 2017-31, record keeping and reporting, the substitute version. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Record keeping and reporting requirements. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That ordinance is approved unanimously. We are now back at agenda item number 11B, AO 2017-36, unmanned aerial vehicles. That public hearing was closed on February 27th. Action was postponed from February 28th and March 21st. Ms. Domboski.
There's a motion on the floor, isn't there, Madam Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Would you like to repeat the motion that's on the floor?
Postpone indefinitely.
And there was a second, I think, by Ms. Dombrowski. Yes.
Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Evans. Okay. And Mr. Flynn.
I don't speak to my motion, or does Mr. Flynn get that?
You know what? Let me go back to Mr. Sarr so you can speak to your motion, and then I'll get Mr. Flynn. Thank you.
Now, I don't mind, Madam Chair, if you had a different ruling. I can wait for Mr. Flynn to defend,
No.
but I think that what I find is a tendency to regulate before we see actually what the problem is. And my tendency is that we are claiming that this technology is going to be a nuisance by setting that tone by what Mr. Flynn has categorized it as. He softened it a little bit by saying if you're a licensed operator, but that's a stretch. It's like saying you're a professional bike rider or you can ride in the bike lane if you're not. In this particular case, I think that we don't even know what the drone technology is going to do inside our community. I feel like I want to let it evolve. I've learned about it from different aspects. The realtor market, realty groups are very interested in drone marketing, properties for resale. I don't know that every one of those folks needs to enjoin a license for operation of a drone. I read an article provided to me by a local lawyer that used a drone to recreate a crime scene, brought in distance calculations and all the other things, and that required him to fly over other people's property. In Mr. Flynn's case, he's saying that you can't fly the drone over public or private property unless those property owners give permission. That's challenging. I think what Mr. Flynn fails to address, and maybe the real point, is when these drones take pictures, what is the privileged use of those pictures? And that seems to be much more, as I read, that you were able to check that person out on the other side of the fence that was sunbathing. Certainly they make a little noise over the top of that, but there's that intrusion factor. These things are very powerful from a platform that the cameras give. Lastly, I think we all got it some time ago, which was both the director of the FAA and the regional directors of the FAA saying, please don't do exactly what we're doing, which is to regulate until the technology fleshes itself out. And so I'm very hesitant to regulate airspace, either at the 50-foot mark or any of that. So the idea that it's sort of, lack of another articulate word, sort of half-baked or premature is where I would tend to go with my motion to just sort of put this on ice and let somebody bring it forward as problems arise that legislation is required. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we're debating the ordinance, I presume.
Actually, there's a motion on the floor to postpone indefinitely,
And yet
and that's
that
what
was
we're...
the topic of the previous speaker. So if
I ended it with that. Sorry.
So if I may, with your indulgence, speak to the underlying issue.
Certainly, Mr. Flynn.
At our most recent work session, one of my colleagues said, well, gee whiz, if we're exempting license operators, shouldn't we be more strict in how we're regulating all operators? I didn't come to this discussion to provide the Drone Regulation Act of 2017. I recognize the primacy of the FAA in governing airspace. Hence, this is an attempt at a very, very, very modest step in protecting people's private property rights. And it's not meant to be anti-drone. It's meant to be pro-private property rights. I'm supportive of drone technology. I will concur with Mr. Starr that one of the larger issues is how photography is utilized using this technology. And honestly, that would probably be better addressed under trespass rules. However, because of changes to state law, it's very difficult for us to address it at a local level, hence this approach. Is it ideal? No. I would hesitate to assert that any piece of legislation I have forwarded to this body is ideal. I do my best. As I said, I think it's a very, very modest step. The only substantive disagreement that has been brought to this body is the fact that it is under the public nuisance portion of the code as opposed to trespass. That's it. Nobody has said this is unreasonable. The drone operators organization, I forget the name of it, that Mr. Colligan represents, has said this is reasonable. You've heard industry representatives saying if we adopt the amendment that I proposed, which we can't take up until we deal with this motion, he'd be fine with it. The only substantive disagreement is the section of code under which it's classified. That can be corrected at some point. Unfortunately, in the title it can't. But I would appreciate at least the body taking the opportunity to vote on the amendment that I proposed and then decide if they wish to move forward or not. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a fundamental belief when members of this body have a piece of legislation, before we vote to kill it, we should at least vote to let them introduce it and plead their case. So I think we're kind of backwards in this. But with that said, since we're obviously debating it, I'm not going to be supporting the motion to postpone indefinitely because I think Mr. Flynn deserves the professional courtesy to plead his case and make his amendment. Beyond that, this is a new technology. There's no question. And federal law mandates if your drone is a certain weight, you have to get a license or you have to register it or something. And there have been instances in Chugach Eagle River where a drone, followed some kids home as they were walking. And I've heard comments from my district specifically about a neighbor's drone that was apparently too close for comfort. And if we don't give APD tools in their toolbox to mitigate these issues, you're going to have somebody shoot down a drone. And then you have a whole host of other problems because it's a federally registered aircraft to some degree. So, to me, I don't think it's ideal necessarily. I'm not sure how I'll vote on it ultimately, but I want to have the debate. And I think it's something that is emerging. I think Mr. Flynn articulated well really what the substantive issue in this is where do we classify it? And I think to go a little further, what tools do we give APD when somebody calls and says, there's a drone hovering, outside my bedroom window? Because I don't think any of us would like that very much. And whether it's a peeping Tom law, whether it's a nuisance law, that's where the debate, I think, needs to go. And I think you will. Over the years, you're going to see more and more conflicts as more people have them. But I think just to out of hand, just kill it and not have the debate, I think is a disservice. Because I can see already in my district, I can already see people saying, you know what, I'm not putting up with this. And I think they should have a better option. And maybe that's get a ticket. Maybe APD can confiscate it. They could do something. But if we just remain silent, we're allowing the public to kind of go it alone. So that's what I'll say.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I agree with much of the prior comments. I don't support the ordinance as written. I don't support it after we adopt the amendment if we do. But I think we should have an up or down vote on it and allow that to be in the form that Mr. Flynn wants it to be when it's addressed. So I won't support the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. I have some comments, but I need to wait for Mr. Trainey to take the chair seat. He's coming. It's all good. Well, I think it's been all right.
That's where we at.
I need to talk.
This break is brought to you by Elby Gary Jackson, who wanted to speak, but I'm not going to let her. Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson.
We have to remove the chair and move right along.
Go ahead, Elby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's on Mr. Starr's motion to postpone indefinitely. And frankly, I agree with Mr. Starr and to postpone it indefinitely for a different reason. But then when I hear Mr. Dombrowski, I do think it's really fair to let Mr. Flynn move forward with his proposed amendment. But I can tell you right now that I'm not going to be supporting it even then. And the reason why is because, for one thing, Mr. Flynn stated that he got the idea from when he was at National League of Cities, and it's a wonderful organization and we learn a whole lot. But what National League of Cities did, and I passed out a copy to everybody, was they gave communities a model ordinance for the promotion of drone innovation and accountability. And it's a really, really great model. It talks about the purpose, definitions, development of rules, notice of intended operation, reckless operation, penalties, and exceptions. And it's a good document that, maybe future assembly members can look at and bring something forward, because I think that it is a better document than what is before us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Trainee?
Thank you, ma'am. Dean, since you're not working for us, this document that came to us from NLC, I want to give this to you so you can craft into language we can use in the event that Mr. Flynn's ordinance does not go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We now have before us a motion to postpone indefinitely. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is not postponed indefinitely, 10-1. We now have before us the main motion. Mr. Flynn? We don't?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
And then, Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to move amendment number 1.
Certainly, Mr. Flynn. Mr.
Second.
Flynn.
Thank you. Speaking specifically to the amendment, I will tell you this has been an interesting journey in the conversations I've had. And if you were to go to a local store and obtain a drone, the proprietors would advise you that you should register your UAV, and you would be therefore in compliance. And you would also get educated. There's a Know Before You Fly website, lots of good information out there for utilizers of this technology. However, this being the modern world, you can also go to Amazon or some other website and pick up your favorite UAV and get no counsel, no advice, no registration instruction. And so for those who take the time to comply with FAA regulations, I feel they're deserved of dispensation. And I particularly didn't want to hamper commercial utilizers of this technology as they follow a code of ethics that I think is such they would not abuse it, and hence my bringing forward this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's no one else in the queue. We're voting on Mr. Flynn's amendment number 1. Please vote. Mr. Steele, that amendment is approved unanimously. We now have before us the main motion.
Well, Madam Chair, if I may speak.
Certainly,
one more
Mr.
time.
Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I presume this is going to fail tonight. But that's okay. I do, however, want to highlight a couple of things that have come to light as we've had this conversation over the past couple of months. One is most of the operators are responsible. There's only a few that have come to light that are not so. Second is we as a community have not done a good job of defining areas where utilization of this technology on a recreational hobbyist basis is available. And we have a very complicated airspace, Merrill Field, Jay Bear, Anchorage International Airport, Campbell Tract, the BLM facility, Lake Hood. So it's a very complicated airspace. So defining where this technology can be operated is something that we really need to look into. And one of the positives was I got to introduce some folks to John Rada to talk about maybe what public parks, for example, could be designated as flying areas. The other thing I think is, and I articulated this in my notes to you from the NLC conference, is that we as a government don't have a policy for how we utilize this technology. And I'm not entirely sure, even now, why we invited agencies of the municipality to come talk about this ordinance, but we've learned that they're employing it. And they're using photographic technology and videography to monitor their facilities. And they have no written policy as to how they use that data. None. So if somebody comes along and says, hey, ML&P, or hey, Solid Waste Services, or hey, Port of Anchorage, we really like access to the data that you've collected using drone technology, they have no reason to say no. Frankly, that makes me, as a citizen, uncomfortable. And I would think it would make all of us uncomfortable. So, at the very least, should you decide not to advance this legislation, I think the next step is to start creating some direction for our municipal agencies so that it can be discussed at a public hearing and we can decide what is appropriate use of that data that they collect. That's all, Madam Chair. I appreciate the indulgence of the body. I think I can foresee the result.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Dunbar on the proposed amendment?
We're on the main motion now, Madam Chair. Is that right?
I thought.
We're on the main
Oops, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I appreciate the work that Mr. Flynn has done and the amendment as well. I don't support the ordinance. I still have concerns about potentially hampering a burgeoning industry. I know that's not your intent, but I am hesitant, I'll just put it that way, to engage in these kind of regulations at this time when I think this is a pretty exciting area that Anchorage perhaps could be a leader in and has been a leader in. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr.
Well, it isn't to put a nail in it, Mr. Flynn, really. I think the idea is it is an emerging technology, and our city is looking for avenues to separate itself out from others. And our open space, our lack of roads, our ability to employ technologies in mineral explorations and all that other stuff shouldn't be restricted around what you did in the previous amendment. And what you did in the previous amendment was you said that unless you have an FAA authorized certificate, you quoted it incorrectly, by the way, it's the federal air regulations under Section 107 that you're complying folks to comply with. So if you go to the FARs under the 107 category, it's a 60-question test. You have to go to a public testing facility. There's one at Merrill. I think it costs you $100. The age limit is 16 or above, which is fine, except it would mean that a youth person that got a drone and felt, man, I can make some money with this thing, isn't going to be innovative because you've just restricted the use. So it isn't a contest of wills. We've managed debate civilly for years and years up here from that perspective. It's just that I want good laws to come out onto the books. I don't want to send the wrong message that there's some reason that we have to hurry. Ms. Gray Jackson has tendered that. Other communities, I think, have best practice ordinances already coming out that make a lot of sense, and I would just rather approach it through a good law and an appropriate one, well communicated to our citizen body, based on real. If there are complaints, we deal with the complaints. If there are restrictions, such as Class G airspace only, well, it's going to send you to Potter's Marsh or beyond. Class G airspace doesn't exist in Anchorage at the level that you're asking for. That's the limitations on the FARs now. I don't see any reason that you would want to limit it to the Class G open ground airspace of north of Eklutna only. So we just want a good law on the books is my preference, and that's why I've kind of pushed back both at the last meeting and this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think given Mr. Flynn's rather obvious and significant limitations, his work on this has been nothing short of heroic. And I do appreciate him. He certainly has an earnest desire to address this issue, which is something that is going to be more problematic as drone technology and drone use increases. I think the technology will ultimately catch up with the technology, and you'll probably be seeing transponders and other things required on drones at some point in the not too distant future. But I do encourage if this should fail, encourage the Assembly going forward to be mindful of this issue and look at opportunities for improved ordinances going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There is no one else in the queue. We are voting on the main motion as amended. Please vote. That ordinance fails 10-1. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We are now at agenda item 14A, AO 2017-54, adopting the citizen naming panel's unanimous recommendations to name the paved pathway connecting G Street between 9th and 10th Avenues at Delaney Park, the Allen E. Teshi Pathway. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening. Hi, please state your name and spell your last.
Mary Teshi, T-E-S-C-H-E. Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, thank you for this opportunity. On behalf of the panel and my family, this is just a really great way to honor my dad, so thank you. It's been a really great pleasure going through this process. We've heard a lot of stories from different people who have told me the meaningful impact that my dad had on their lives. So it was really meaningful for me to hear those stories from them. I want to keep it short. I want to highlight a couple of reasons why this location makes the most sense. I know you have the information in your packet, so I don't want to take too much time. But my dad worked in the municipality in several different capacities, and one of the reasons we picked this location is because he played a significant role in actually vacating the street right-of-way and making it into the pathway that it is today. So that historical context is one of the reasons why we chose this specific location. So I guess another broad sense of why we picked this location really is because he really believed that the park strip was a universal place for people to gather with their friends and their neighbors and to debate, to share thoughts, to celebrate occasions, and to sometimes hold protests. And he really saw the importance of open space as a way for people to do those things. So preserving the park strip was important to him, and naming an element of the park strip in his honor would be a way to speak to his values and the type of man that he was. So again, I appreciate the opportunity, and it's been a really great way to be a part of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Thanks, Barbara. Good evening.
Good evening. When in doubt, bring handouts. Visual tools. Mark Butler, B-U-T-L-E-R. I'm here to testify in favor of this ordinance. And on a lighter side, labor contracts and cat licensing may draw the crowds to the Assembly meetings, but there's other controversial and occasionally fun issues as well. Alan Teshi was best, I felt, when he was using his finely tuned lawyer skills to dissect an argument here in this Assembly chamber. One issue where he shined was the so-called teenage strip clubs. Mr. Trainee was here at that time, perhaps the only member here. Two entrepreneurial women opened a club where they said young women could dance naked for teenage boys in a safe, non-alcohol environment. The Women's Commission heard accusations that some of the young women employed there were being mistreated, even abused. The Public Health Commission of the city didn't like that the young women were dancing completely naked and rubbing themselves on the clients, a practice known as contact table dancing. We learned a lot that session, which could spread fluids and disease, let's say. As a public information officer for the health department, I was tasked to visit the club on one of my official duties with DHHS Director Bev Woolley and City Manager then, Dennis LeBlanc. Was the Assistant City Manager there as well, perhaps? at the
No,
time?
he was not.
Oh, okay, sorry. I digress. Of course, we found that all the clients were much older men and that there was a window from the adjacent bar so that drinking clients could observe the dancers while they had their choice alcohol. Assemblyman Trainee proposed an ordinance making the rules for the teen strip clubs the same as the rules for the 21 and over strip club. Teen strippers hit the sidewalks. They publicly protested that the Assembly was trying to take away their women's rights, quote unquote. At the hearing, a long list of employees and friends of the owners testified at this Mark Belt's podium here about how the business was wonderful and just good, clean fun. An enthusiastic dancer approached to give her testimony. Alan asked her some innocent questions and then did the rope and dope, slowly asked how much could she make doing a contact table dance? She gave a range of amounts. He then asked her, well, what would you do to get the bigger tips? And she proudly went into the specifics of grinding her body into the customers. Alan had drawn out the key testimony for that night. The director of the Covenant House, and I'll use choice words here, teen shelter, then testified, this is not about art. It is about 18-year-olds having their private parts in front of drunk men. The room went quiet. The vote was unanimous in favor. And I thank Alan for being a crafty lawyer and getting the right testimony out.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Perfect
you.
timing. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Darrell Hess, H-E-S-S. I am here tonight to speak in favor of this ordinance. Alan Teshi was my friend. He represented me on the Assembly for 9 years. For the last 5 of those years, I was the president of the Fairview Community Council, and Alan and I worked on a lot of issues that were important to the neighborhood, and we became good friends. And I learned to respect Alan for his passion for public service and for fighting for people who didn't have a voice in our society. And I miss him, and I urge you to adopt this ordinance. Although this was not my first choice to name after Alan, my first choice was to name the heated plaza in Town Square Park next to E Street the Alan Teshi Public Bloviation Plaza. And I learned that word from Alan, and he was the master of bloviation, but I understand how hard it is to get anything done in Town Square Park. But this is a good second choice to recognize somebody who devoted over 30 years to public service. And I was reminded last week how many years Alan devoted to service to the municipality. I have a case in the Ombudsman's office involving the Pioneer Schoolhouse, and Parks and Recreation brought down a file on the schoolhouse, and when I was going through the documents, I came across a document that Alan signed in 1983 when he was the Public Facilities Department Director, and it brought home to me how many years he devoted to the municipality of Anchorage, and I think he deserves to be recognized and honored. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
I served with Alan for a long time. He and I had a lot of fun together. If you remember the McKay building, when they were trying to renovate it, Alan and I took a side elevator up the side of the building. It was just to get us up the top so we could see what they were doing on the top of the roof. And the elevator and its carrier were swinging back and forth. And Alan said, well, there'll be a lot of people in town happy if we crash. But Alan was fun because I could always call on him for just the right legal terminology. And I remember he had one phrase he'd use, notwithstanding the provisions of AMC so-and-so, the Assembly is going to institute its own judgment in this issue. When we had other boards and let us override them. Alan was a great person to work with. He cared a lot about this town. I'm more than happy to approve this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Flynn?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it is a delight to finally get this done, because we actually tried a different route several years ago. Ran into some conflict. So Mary, Pam, it's a delight to be able to complete this before my term is up, as Alan was my predecessor. I have to channel a little bit of inner Alan here, Mr. City Manager. I have noticed several times in the past couple of weeks that the street lights crossing the park strip in the G Street corridor and the lights on G Street are lit well beyond daylight hours. We're wasting taxpayer money, sir. I would appreciate you bringing it to the attention of somebody.
Okay.
But no, Alan was a delight. It was humbling to follow in his footsteps, remains humbling today, and I thank you for sharing him with us.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Steele?
I'm looking forward to the flat rock for public discourse once we get things established down there. I think that would be classic and would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Croft?
Entirely appropriate, and I'm happy to vote for it. I think what you're hearing is, appropriate compliments for his brain and his ability and his public service. But what we're really talking about, what I keep thinking of, is just his sense of humor. I love the way he could both be insightful and hilarious at the same time. So I'll miss him. It's nice to see you both again.
Thank you, Mr. Croft.
Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Alan Teshi was one of the 42 Assembly members that I worked with when I was staff to the Assembly, and he was amazing. He was, because I knew him even before he became an Assembly member because of my long-term time with the municipality, and he also worked for the municipality in two capacities, as was mentioned earlier. Alan was my friend, my mentor. He was an instigator, and he used to call me on Saturday morning just to wake me up. And his favorite statement was, hello, this is Alan Teshi. It's a great day in the neighborhood. I'm like, really? But I loved him dearly. He was like family to me, just like his wife and his daughter and his son. They're like family to me, and I'm just so excited that I get the opportunity to vote on this because, it's just... it's a wonderful thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Trainee?
One last comment. Going back and thinking about Alan, I remember one time he and I went to have breakfast down at the Captain Cook, and George Wirtz, his chief of staff, came in, sat down with us, which we thought was a laud, and said, we surrender. Whatever the two of you want to do from now on, the mayor will not oppose it. We had the votes. And Alan just got this great smile on his face, and the fun began. So it's appropriate to name this after him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on AO 2017-54. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14B, AR 2017-113, a resolution adopting the assessment of the Fair Housing Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We're now at Agenda Item 14C, AR 2017-114, a resolution appropriating $468,379.66 for the Transit Marketing Program. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14D, AR 2017-115, disposal of a municipal interest in a blanket utility easement without substantial value and no longer required on a portion within Lot 6, Block 15, Thompson Subdivision. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. No one in the queue? Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14E, AR 2017-116, a resolution authorizing disposal of a municipal interest in a blanket utility easement without substantial value and no longer required on a portion within Lot 8, Block 16, Thompson Subdivision. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14F, AO 2017-60, an ordinance to revising Title 23 to provide that revenues from building safety services collected by the municipality are expended only for services under Title 23. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Starr, I don't know if you'd like to speak to this, but I'm curious about sort of the flexibility here for these funds to be spent sort of within the organization. I'm sorry.
I can speak a little
if you don't mind.
clearer. The flexibility, the reason I laid on the table, if you remember the last meeting, I laid a change to where it was titled. Title 27 was where we initially put it, and Title 23, I think, was recommended to me by the administration as a better mechanism to continue to provide for that flexibility as it is. But the gist of it is the payer-user concept, and so the integrity of the choice to take the money and use it in something related is a little easier to stretch than perhaps just dumping in Fund 101, the general account, because we have surplus. In somebody's definition. So it's sort of a interest to have the dialogue upon future appropriation that it has to come out of Fund 181 and go somewhere that potentially could be questioned. Is it valid or related? Mayor Begich moved some money out in the day and moved it to an increase for assessor work, which I didn't find too terribly inappropriate because the building community was seeing a huge increase and the assessor needed help. So they borrowed some of the money. But just an outright taking of it, there is a fiscal note still on the books that is in process of being paid back slowly from the user payer. It's a service district almost, and so you really do have the obligation to pay the funds back from where they origin from.
It is a service area.
So that's a little bit more than you wanted to hear, but I think it's the right legislation. I'm pretty certain with the review of the administration that they're okay with the procedure on the call thereof. I spoke to several of them.
Thank you, Mr. Storer. Anything else, Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to hear from the administration a little bit, whether Mr. Abbott or anyone else that might be able to speak to this. Oh, thank you, Mr. Schutte. So my understanding was that there weren't these kind of surpluses anymore, and perhaps that's not the case, but could you speak to the administration's position on this and whether we think this constrains us in any way that might be ineffective?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, the answer to your first question about surpluses is correct, that the 181 fund, has not operated at a surplus in about 3 years, I want to say, 2 to 3 years. Over time, though, it does. Some years it is there are surplus funds, and some years there are not. To your second question about the flexibility to deliver the services we deliver now, does this impair that ability? Our feeling is no, it does not.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote on the main motion, AO 2017-60. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14G, AO 2017-57, an ordinance to add farmers market as permitted use in the PER Parks and Recreation and Chugach Eagle River Parks and Recreation districts. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hello, Mark Butler, BUTLER. I'm just tossing in a request to support this. I'm the chair of the Spenard Farmers Market in West Anchorage, and we are happy to be on private property under the windmill in beautiful downtown Spenard, Alaska. But there are others, including East Anchorage's market, that is really interested in being able to use parks and so forth. I think this might give the flexibility for that. So we're also working with Representative Gren and his staff this year to perhaps get a new market in Sand Lake as well, so that everybody in Anchorage has an opportunity to have a market as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Peterson, did you have a question?
Mark? Also, Elvin and I have been looking at Waldron Lake. That's a possibility. We've got 17 acres. Possibility of putting one there in Midtown Farmers Market.
Sounds good.
Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for your testimony, Mark. The Muldoon Farmers Market is going to be held at Begich Middle School again this year, but the contractor is planning to finish the phase one of the Muldoon Town Square Park by the end of this summer, so that next year the Muldoon Farmers Market will be able to move in to the frontage there off Muldoon in our new park. And so I think I appreciate this. This is just what the doctor ordered. Thank you.
Great work, and we have enjoyed all the markets in town, and you can come to Spenard Farmers Market on May 13th for the kickoff. The Spenards will be the music to start off the band.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Flynn.
I think there's Mr. Starr wanted to make a motion.
You just move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, just a question for either Mr. Starr or Ms. Domboski. Am I going to hear from Ms. Ostiander about chickens related to this in any way, shape, or form?
No, we plan to kill them before we take them to the farmer's market.
Oh, okay.
In the neighborhoods, of course, but
all right.
No, you'll be fine. And it is really related to our separate Chapter 10 allowable uses also.
I figured.
Yeah, you got it.
Just want to make sure it wasn't being, hosed.
No, we won't.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to mention that we reviewed this at the Community and Economic Development Committee last on actually March 16th, and we recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We're now at agenda item 14H, AR 2017-125, approving a special land use permit for alcohol for a beverage dispensary and license number 1456 for Kinley's Restaurant and Bar, Inc. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Dan Coffey on behalf of Brett, who owns Kinley's Restaurant. We're all very familiar. He's been there for 10 years. And Madam Chair, we're just here to answer any questions you might have.
I don't see anyone in the queue.
All right.
So thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14I, AR 2017-124, approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana manufacturing establishment with license number M10828, doing business as Glacier Extracts LLC. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Flynn?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that because it's a manufacturing license, my understanding is the direction from the assemblies that I can participate. If I'm incorrect, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. You're correct. Mr. Weddleton?
Correctly.
I just wanted to report that on April 6th, the Community and Economic Development Committee reviewed this, recommends approval. Condition 9 has been resolved, and this will be a brand new building in a place that is replacing fairly a derelict building there, so it will improve this area quite a bit, actually. And we did recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee?
Is the individual here tonight, the applicant? You did make it. I told you I'd ask you. I wanted to make sure you were here, just in case you had questions. It's in Miss Gray Jackson mine area, so we've got no problem with approving this. It's kind of interesting some of the things they're going to be producing there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. AL 217-124. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14J, AO 2017-50, rezoning of approximately 3.39 acres from R3 district to B3 district with special limitations for Tract E Creekside subdivision. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Yes. Good evening.
Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Tim Potter, P-O-T-T-E-R, with Dowell, representing Ed and Terry Zarun, who are also in the audience tonight, for a requested rezone of their 3.39 acres. The property is located off of Creekside Center Drive between Fred Meyer and Walmart on the north side of DeBar. So it is sandwiched between Fred Meyer, the Alaska USA Credit Union, the old Applebee's, and the Walmart. Escalent Housing Authority is just finishing up their second phase of the mixed residential development on the north side of Creekside Center Drive. So with that location, this is kind of the culmination of about 2 years worth of work with the Community Council to arrive at a special limitation B3 that would allow mixed use development and a variety of uses that are in line with the town center designation of this parcel of land. So we worked with the Community Council to try and vet a variety of uses that would include prohibited uses that both the Zerungs and the community believed were not going to be appropriate for the community based on not only years of experience but interest of the community. Likewise, we added additional protective measures for site plan reviews, major site plan reviews, and conditional uses for a variety of additional uses to give additional protection and accommodation of the community to be able to actually review a plan and a development to make sure it was compatible with the community. This rezone is moving forward and in line with the 2020 comp plan as the town center designation would identify. It's also in conformance with the East Anchorage District Plan, which is the controlling land use document. And we look forward to going forward and continuing to work with the community. It's been a fairly long process, very involved, but this is a very refined, fairly strategic executed document. So we'd appreciate your support.
Thank you very much. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue the public hearing, Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I didn't get quite in before the testimony, but I'd like to declare a conflict. My wife's firm, Burkhart Croft Architects, did a substantial amount of work on this rezone, so I'd ask to be excused from voting and even the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. The chair agrees that you do have a conflict. You're excused. Right, from the whole thing, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
I didn't have a chance to read all the conditions that the Planning and Zoning Commission placed. Mr. Potter, is there conditions that they adopted in relevance to the rezone? Planning and Zoning?
Yes, they did, and it's fairly represented in the assembly document in the ordinance.
I didn't read it, sorry. I normally do, but I didn't get all the way through my packet tonight because I thought I got to the marijuana stuff and then I stopped.
Just like I didn't call you at 9 o'clock this morning like I said I would.
Well, true, because we were going to talk about it. What page?
If you look on the
on our packet.
even the starting page of the actual ordinance itself, you can see in section 2 that the zoning amendment is subject to the following limitations. So it's got a list of permitted uses. Then you go to the next page, 2 of 4, and you see those permitted uses continue down until where there are conditional uses.
Yes, now I know. It's the height limitation restriction that I wanted to talk to you about because I read it upon introduction, and there's a statement in here that says development height shall be limited to 2 stories or 22 feet unless a proposed development includes a residential or a community use component. Then we get to 35. Where is that going?
Well, where that is coming from actually is a deed restriction with Walmart Corporation, of which it was strictly a 22-foot limitation. Mr. Zerung contacted Walmart and negotiated a modification that would accommodate that if we in fact came forward with a mixed-use building that had residential above 1 or 2 stories above an office or retail,
sure,
that in order to be able to make it even close to cost feasible, we needed the ability to go up additional height.
I got it.
And on that basis, Walmart was willing to accept a modification to a deed restriction, which did take some time, but they were actually pretty forthcoming, and allowed us that for residential and if there was a community facility that was associated with it. Those 2 types of uses would be allowed to go up to 35
Yeah, my
feet.
initial was I bristled at the 22-foot because down across on Muldoon, just before the creek, you've got that new silver-looking structure that's, what is that thing now? That's, how high is that?
It is, I know Mr. Tyler
It's not to
Robinson's
compare it.
in the
The
audience.
point is, if you're going to be,
We're going to be, we're going to be lower than that.
yeah, but why? In some cases, if that's your density request, go for it. And
You know, when you purchase a piece of property from someone and you buy it subject to deed restrictions, that is it. And, you know, does it make sense to me to have that happen? I don't believe it does, but they were cautious about having the view of their huge store blocked, and that people would not be able to see their sign or know that the store was there. It's, you know, they owned it, they sold it with that limitation on it.
What we do here is we put comments on the record so that they can be brought about, and it's a discussion point that's not fully resolved. I'm not to the point of wanting to make sausage on the topic, but when I saw the 22-foot restriction when it was introduced, I wasn't sure it was going to carry through to tonight without a debate. So if it needs to be amended later on, or as you do your site plan review, certainly understand that the Assembly would want to talk about that as the way it cohesively fits in the neighborhood. Just to drop your building because somebody wants to see a big box store, not going to support that.
You know, I could say something funny like they didn't want to block the view of the trailers that are parked next to this property at Fred Meyer from the Walmart store. But in actuality, I think over time, depending on the time frame of development of this property, and not knowing exactly what's going to happen with a large undeveloped piece of property to the west of the Walmart store, which I hope, and I'll go on the record, that the Assembly has the, and the administration have the guts to suggest that that be identified and designated as a residential use, higher density, even though it's industrially zoned property now. That would be better fitting to the community, and negotiate a deal with Walmart for any decrease in value gets covered on a tax abatement until such time as that delta in the value is covered. And that's what needs to happen for the benefit of the community.
Well, we're winning in that, and I say we because we've approved a lot of things along that corridor, along the river shed there with the new subsidized housing model there. The other side of the street, on that street corner now, this new business model there on Muldoon is they're scoring big. So if your development comes in there as well, you're starting to see that true walkable town center model. So push on, as my last comments on being able to do this.
It is, other than downtown, it's likely the only town center that will necessarily, except for Eagle River downtown, be a viable town center.
Well, economically, you're not going to do it at 22 feet. That's why I brought you back to the model. So if it gets forced the issue, bring it back to the Assembly and reconsider it, because 22 economically is not going to make it.
Okay, good. I'll make sure that I keep a record of that, so when I come back when I'm 78,
The clerk does that every night, Mr. Potter, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a comment. You don't have to keep saying there, Tim, if you don't want. I just want to commend the Zerungs and Mr. Potter for the way they went about this. They went to the Northeast Community Council, and my colleague and I were there, and we watched them speak with our community. And this is a oddly shaped and oddly placed piece of property that is very challenging to develop. So I commend them on their work and their patience so far. And like my colleague to the right, Mr. Starr, I hope that something does go in there and we continue to build out that town center feel in that area as CHA builds things, as we put in a new park and everything else that's pretty exciting in Muldoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
I know we're not supposed to debate, and certainly with Mr. Potter, it's very risky. However, I would like to say as town centers that function, the Abbott Loop Town Center is growing quite nicely and works very well, and Spenard is certainly way ahead of anywhere else. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. We are now at the main motion. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. 10-2 and 1 excused. We are now at agenda item 14K, L 2017-58, to amend Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 with a technical amendment to building setback and window area requirements. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. Tyler Robinson, R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N. I had the opportunity to speak in front of the Community Economic Development Committee on this matter. I believe it is correcting a technical deficiency, bringing mixed-use development standards more in line with what you can already do in residential and commercial uses. In fact, correcting a disincentive to build mixed use in our community, provides a little bit of additional flexibility, perhaps maybe with an amendment that you all may bring forward as it relates to setbacks. And most importantly, from my perspective, allows Cook Inlet Housing to move forward with what we consider a very nice, high-quality mixed-use building in the same town center that we were talking about here this summer. So with that, I'm here for any questions, should you have any.
Thank you. There's
Madam
no...
Chair, I just have some
Mr.
clarity.
Starr?
Mr. Robinson, you're not on planning and zoning then anymore, is that correct?
I am still on planning and zoning, yes, sir.
Okay, you're not representing that.
I'm representing Cook Inlet Housing tonight.
Thank you. And thank you for your service on the body, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Weddleton. Thank you. Mr. Dunbar, thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I've got two amendments you have in front of you. I would like to move Amendment 1.
Thank you. There is no one in the... Would you like to talk about your amendment, please? Thank you.
Just briefly, I think this is mostly editorial. We did discuss this at length at the Community and Economic Development meeting last Thursday and recommend approval of this amendment. This amendment comes through the committee.
Okay, thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendment number 1. There's one more. Thank you. That amendment is approved unanimously. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move Amendment number 2.
Second.
Mr. Weddleton.
And again, this is really just corrects some confusing wording and gives clear guidance that a maximum setback can be changed by the director.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
This again comes through the Community Economic Development Committee.
Excellent. There's no one in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendment number 2. That amendment is approved unanimously. We are now at the main motion, AO 2017-58. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Weddleton and the Community Economic Development Committee for their continued refinement of Title 21. What's that? I voted no on, yes. but clearly there was more work to be done. You're doing it, and it's much appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's no one in the queue. We have before us the main motion, AO 2017-58, as amended. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We're now at agenda item 14L. To make AO 2017-55 to make minor modifications to the marijuana land use regulation and give variance authority over Title 21 sections relating to marijuana to the Assembly. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, just Madam Chair, just a quick question. You have excluded me on some things, marijuana, some things not. So it's clear, I think, in the public record that I'm an investor in a cannabis business that has an active cultivation license and is seeking a license for a retail facility. Before we begin deliberations on this, I'd like a ruling as to whether you think I have a conflict on this.
Mr. Flynn, do you think you have a conflict? And I'm asking you because,
it's a law of general application, so it's not specific to my business.
Okay.
But
I think you just want to leave.
We've gone some
Mr.
interesting
Flynn.
directions on this discussion. So I just want to be clear that I'm putting it out on
Mr.
the record.
Flynn, thank you very much. The chair rules that you don't have a conflict. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
I did read this one. Mr. Weddleton, can you talk about the caretaker language as it relates? I think it's in this one where you're allowing caretaker residence occupancy.
It's page 897.
897?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, I can. This is actually one of several changes that this ordinance deals with that have really come from our prior discussions where they weren't addressed clearly in the ordinance, so we added them as special conditions. And this wording comes from a couple cases where we added essentially this wording. There was one case where, on Fairbank Street, where there was a residence, and they said, well, he'll be the caretaker, and we want to address, well, does he really work for you? What was the definition? It just makes it very clear what we mean when we say caretaker in those kind of rare instances where there may be one.
Okay, well, let me hear it then. Is a marijuana establishment allowed in a residence?
No, but in a case, but you are allowed to have a caretaker in your operation. So it would be a residence, essentially. It's not allowed in residential areas, but if you're in industrial, you're allowed to have a caretaker's residence for any warehouse. And this kind of acknowledges that and just makes clear, should you do that, that should be someone who is involved with your operation.
But we don't describe the caretaker's duties, then. Is it plant maintenance or security or anything along those lines? We don't say?
No, we have not.
Not sales, though. After-hour sales? No. Emergency, I got emergency.
Well,
I
we
got
hope not.
Pound on the door?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton, did you have anything else?
Well, just broadly stated, we reviewed this actually quite carefully on February 9th and March 9th at the Community and Economic Development Committee. We recommend approval, and most of it really is just clarifies in the clearly in code what we've already dealt with on a variety of cases over the past year, and also gives variance authority to the Assembly is probably the biggest aspect of it.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to voice my support for this. I think anybody who's attended a Community and Economic Development Committee meeting, especially when it comes to Title 21 or any of these marijuana licenses, we really parse every single word, and we go through it. And the particular residence they were talking about was, I think it was B3 is what they were in before. It doesn't happen a lot where you're going to have a residence in a marijuana establishment, but there were some things that definitely needed cleanup language. So again, I support the changes to this. I think it not only addresses some of the little hiccups that we've seen with some of the applicants, but it also just clarifies some of the language and the intent behind the initial ordinances.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. If there is no one else in the queue, please vote on ordinance number 2017-55. That ordinance is approved unanimously. We are now at agenda item 14M, AO 2017-51, to provide for a youth representative to the Anchorage Assembly. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Make up your mind.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening. Ronald Leva, A-L-L-E-V-A. Mr. Flynn didn't like engaging me probably ever, but on this particular ordinance, it's a good one. And I commend you and thank you for your service, what little you provided. But anyway, we're here now. I think this is a good idea to get a youth involved not only on this body, but also the mayor's office, and we have youth court. And when you bring all three phases of our government into activity for them to participate in, I think it makes for a good seed for really recognizing our democracies and the values of this country. And I think this particular ordinance is a good start, and I think the mayor could match that by putting someone in his office. For sure, he needs the help, so. So I'm going to support this ordinance and thank Mr. Flynn for introducing it. And the kids that you had here who competed, they went to Fairbanks. It stimulated me to call the teacher, commend her for her civic involvement with her students. They went to Fairbanks. I'm not sure how it turned out as far as the competition, but I thought that was a great learning experience, and the dialogue between the assembly and those students was very productive to issues that this municipality faces. So I hope you will support this ordinance.
Thank you. Mr. Steele.
Yeah, I want to speak in support of it.
Mr. Steele, we're still a public hearing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's all right. You don't have to be sorry.
I thought you were through.
Does anyone have any questions?
No. But
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Please state your name and spell your last.
Hi, my name is
Hi.
John Jones, John and Jones. I'm a commissioner on the Youth Advisory Commission, and I'm also the outgoing president of the Anchorage Youth Court. Now, 2 years ago, the Youth Advisory Commission was reinstated by this assembly, and it has enabled youth to invest in their city and its various communities in very meaningful ways. So personally, as a teenager, I can say that being on this commission has helped me understand my own future and the future of my city. And currently, the economic climate in Alaska is less than optimal. And one of the effects of this is that teens, like myself, are not incentivized to stay here or even return to Alaska after college. Now, this is very disheartening to me, and I think it should be cause for a great concern. However, I can say that because I have been able to personally invest in my community on the commission and learn about the issues that affect my peers and engage in providing solutions to those problems and stand for ideas that are bigger and more meaningful than myself, I have been attached to my city in ways that I could not say would be otherwise. Now, after I graduate college, I want to come back to Alaska and continue helping my city and in turn help my great state because of the opportunities I've had on the commission. Now, I do not believe I would have felt this way if this assembly had not instated the Youth Advisory Commission 2 years ago. Now, as optimistic as I am about youth participation, I do not believe that youth involvement, even on the assembly, is enough to solve the problems that face our city. However, that is not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is that this position that you are considering will provide an avenue for youth to play a meaningful role and in their communities, and also develop as leaders. The position will not cost our city anything, but it may prove to be invaluable ways to care for the future of our state by cultivating the young people who will be and make the future of our state. That is why it needs to be passed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think there's some questions. Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry, thanks. I appreciate your involvement. Tell me, what community council are you with?
I'm on the Youth Advisory Commission.
And your community council?
Pardon me?
What community council do you live in?
South Anchorage.
South Anchorage, and do you go to their meetings?
No, sir.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Mr. Jones, thank you for coming, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I don't know if you had a chance to review the two amendments that I have proposed. The first one would limit the age of the youth representative to 18, which I believe was a recommendation from the Youth Commission. Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the other one loosens the term of appointment, says it's from 3 months to up to a year so that the Youth Commission can sort of figure out what the right term is. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you. I'm over here. Are you, what high school do you attend?
I'm actually at homeschool. I'm a part of IDEA, and I'm a senior.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity, being a homeschooler, to be part of any student government?
No, ma'am, but my involvement in the Anchorage Youth Court, I'm their outgoing president, and then the Youth Advisory Commission, I could say, would be comparable in many ways.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Hello.
Hi. My name is Rainier Herczeg, Herczeg. I'm here to represent the Youth Advisory Commission. I'm not sure I can follow that beautiful testimony from my commissioner, but I would like to put in my support for this Assembly ordinance, and I would like to thank Assemblymember Flynn for giving this opportunity to the youth of Anchorage. As the chair of the Youth Advisory Commission, I see a lot of great talent and youth that want to do so much more, and this is just one more opportunity to have great youth like that be able to fulfill the duties and the responsibilities they want to have in the city. I do have a question for Assemblymember Flynn. The amendment to the Assembly ordinance, there will be a cap at 18.
If it's approved, it would read on page 2, line 24, at the time of appointment, the youth representative shall be at least 16 years of age and not more than 18.
So the Youth Advisory Commission had not been able to discuss their full opinion on the age cap at 18. It seems like our Commissioner John Jones is in favor of that, but I would have to say that I think this limits the opportunities of young college students as well. I think that 16 to 22 is a very appropriate age range. I believe it also falls in with the age range of the Youth Advisory Commission, and I think that is why it would be a more appropriate.
Okay. I drafted it with what I thought was input from the advisory commission.
Yeah, I apologize if there was some sort of communication like that, but we just did it because commissioners submitted their own personal opinions on each of the points.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Anyway, once again, I definitely think that overall this is a great idea, and I want to thank you.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Weddleton.
Over here with my
Hello.
mic on now. And what community council are you in?
I live in District 14.
Do you know community council?
Oh, okay, no.
No,
I'm not sure.
You've never gone to one. Thanks.
Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Dombrowski?
Sorry, thank you. What high school do you attend?
I am an alumni of Stellar Secondary School, and I currently attend the University of Alaska Anchorage.
Okay. And when you attended Stellar, were you a member of your student council or a youth court?
Yes, so I was a member of youth court for 5 years, and I currently serve as a staff member as the case coordinator. And in Stellar, I was the vice president of my senior class.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Trainee?
Quick question. Do you know what the age is, minimum age to run for the assembly?
I do not.
It's 18.
Is it?
Kelly
Okay,
Haney
that
put
makes
that to
sense.
us years ago at 18-year-old. She ran for the school board and got elected. So that's our problem with the age, is that at 18 you can actually run and sit here. So it's kind of hard to want to appoint somebody up to the age of 22 when they could actually be running for the assembly.
That's true, but I could also rebuttal and say that there's many people between the ages of 18 and 22 that don't want to have the responsibility of being an assembly member. First of all, I don't have the time. I still go to college, and I think that this could be a really great introduction for somebody to sit, see what it's like, if they want to represent, what it's like to be a representative of the people, and then in turn, even if they are 18 and then 19, they could run right after, or they could decide that they're not ready for public service. I would say that many 18-year-olds don't know what it's like to serve the public.
What would you envision the person would do on the assembly? Read the whole packets, participate in the work sessions, or what?
We actually discussed that during the commission meeting. Unfortunately, we were unable to get the comments out in time, but there were many commissioners that said, yes, there should be a little bit more involvement. The vote is symbolic, but you are, as the youth representative, allowed to speak in the discussion, so the discussion points brought up should definitely be informed. And I think that what we were going to ask is a little bit more outline of what is the responsibilities. How many meetings of the term that they're on, must they attend? Is there a time in which they didn't attend enough meetings and therefore they must have a replace them? Or should they be required to sort of sit on a committee? Should they be required to do certain things? And since we're not very versed in the way in which the assembly works, maybe that's our fault, but we were really going to ask you and decide what do you think is appropriate for someone who is not a working assembly member, but definitely is supposed to be being educated on what it's like to be an assembly member.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your
Thank you,
comments.
Mr. Trainee. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to remind my colleagues we do not debate with members of the public. Thank you.
I don't think we have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Koford, Koford. I'm actually the executive director of Anchorage Youth Court, so I'm here to tell you about what it's like to have youth voices that are really respected and heard in your organization. Half of my board of directors are teenagers. And I actually testified in front of you a few years ago, some of the faces are different, about the possibility of having youth representatives on community councils. This body at that time decided against it in a very close vote based on the concerns that it would be too burdensome to require that of community councils and that it should be left up to the community councils to make that decision. But it was agreed at that time, which I know there's some different faces, but it was agreed at that time, though, that those youth voices added something important, that they have a unique perspective, and that's something that we need to include in these processes. But it was too burdensome. I don't see that excuse here now. So first of all, it was hard for the community councils because that involved extra outreach to find youth in their community who legitimately cared about these issues. Here you're having it served to you on a platter. There's a youth advisory commission who would have rotating members coming on to work with you all. And so there's no cost or burden to you to including them. And there's huge benefits. First of all, we all benefit by listening to what youth have to say. I know that from my own experience because half of my bosses are teenagers and they think of things that we don't. You guys are a clever group and you have insightful questions and lively debate, and I think that a youth voice will only add to that. It's good for the community in general. When our youth feel like they are a part of the community, it's proven that they are less likely to engage in risky behaviors such as drinking and using drugs underage, not attending school, things along those lines. It's on the youth risk behavior studies that are done every 2 years. And having a youth voice on the assembly says to our youth that we care about them and that we care about including their opinions and that we respect them. And I think that is a huge thing for us to do as a community. And I think that it benefits us all to include their voices. Thank you
very much. There are no questions. Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Allison Barnwell, Barnwell. And I'm here, I am the youth organizing coordinator with Alaska Youth for Environmental Action, and several of the teenagers that were hoping to attend tonight actually had a whole bunch of homework and weren't able to be here, but they would also be supporting this ordinance. And I just work with teenagers every day that are very passionate about improving their communities and working for a better future for Anchorage. And I think that this is a simple, effective, and meaningful way to have youth voice included in the processes of government. I would foresee a teenager on this body having a lot of unique input. I also think that there's incredible opportunities for a young person to further their futures. And just in my experience of having young people speak to legislators, to different elected officials, it's an incredibly empowering way to set them on a path that will eventually create a better, more future leaders for Alaska. So I support this ordinance, and I hope you all will vote in support of it as well. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? There are no questions, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. My name is Jeff Chen. I also work with youth. I do work with youth on public land service. And so in public lands, we usually work with youth throughout the summertime. And any type of service, I think, in youth lives is life-changing. And I think that youth will be able to provide a unique perspective to this assembly here. And I think if there was a youth member or a young adult member sitting amongst you, you would also see an increase in young adult and youth participation out here as well, which is so important. So thank you. I hope you consider adopting this ordinance. And I know several members on the Youth Advisory Commission, and they're amazing, dedicated people. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Flynn.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, when I was on the school board, we did have youth members on the school board, and it was an educational experience for us all. And I'm fully in support, and hope everybody else will support the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I won't support this because there's a better way. We have an amazing system for people to get very closely involved with our city government. It's existed for, 40-something years, and that is your community council. That's what they're for. You would not be some young person sitting way down at the end there chiming in occasionally, they could have active voting powers on the community council. They can, even if you're not on the board, you may speak and you may vote. So it doesn't limit them. That is the route through community service in the civic arena in Anchorage. I supported. I was part of that and still part of that for decades. And I recommend that the Youth Advisory Commission encourage all of their people to get involved with their community councils. And it's not just for young people, it's also for adults. And I think there are a few emails that I send in response to constituent questions that don't say, please bring this up at your community council. They meet, and I give them the information, because that is the way to get involved with our community, and I hope you all do. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Mr. Trainee?
I agree with Mr. Whittleton. You know, we rewrote the bylaws for the community councils and lowered the age down that people could participate in community councils for exactly that reason, Madam Chair. And Mr. Flynn, do you have an SCE with this that describes the economic impact of this? Because there will be an economic impact.
Yeah, 50 cents, sir, for another copy of the docket. But I'm happy to answer.
Yes or no?
No, I don't have a
Okay.
SCE for this.
I was reading those lines on page 2 to line 13. It says they'll sit with the assembly. Exactly where do you envision that happening at? Because the last position is now occupied by our attorney that gives him access to his interpreter. So exactly where would you put the person?
Well, Mr. Trainee, the Assembly Council's seat is actually over there.
Not with the need to have his interpreters here, sir.
And that can be accommodated. I know, having served on this body for a little while, that this body is eminently capable of accommodating an additional member if necessary. You could put them down here at the front dais, and they could participate as needed. I would like to respond to some of the comments and talk about some of the amendments, but I'll wait until you're done, Mr. Chairman.
Right, you're number 3 after Mr. Trainee. Mr. Trainee, anything else?
I'm not going to be supporting this. It's not well thought out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do intend to support this. My first sort of entree into public policy was representative to the Parks and Rec Commission of Cordova High School, from Cordova High School. And I believe I was 16 at the time, but I got to sit in and debate with adults. My only position was I wanted them to put a partition between the toilet and the urinal at the public pool. They refused. I failed in that crusade, but I learned a lot from it. And I think that perhaps some youth will succeed where I failed. But I do think there is value here. I do think that increasing public participation and having a youth who is here, whose vote we can see even if it doesn't count, I think there will actually be issues where their vote will be illuminating for members of the body and for members of the public. I do think it's a large commitment on the part of this youth. I don't know if I in high school would want to spend endless Tuesday nights with this particular body. But if they can find someone to volunteer for that Herculean task, Godspeed. So I do support it. I do have a question though, and it goes off of what Mr. Trainee said. I kind of want to get it on the record, maybe a conversation between you and me, Mr. Flynn, that the word seated here means that they are sort of seated in the room with us. It doesn't mean they have to be seated literally among us. So they could be, as you said, in front or on the side to accommodate them in our limited space. That's how I interpreted the word seated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr?
I have started, my time in Anchorage started as a youth ski coach, and I engage, I'm a pilot, I take kids flying, all that I can, and the opportunities that I bring to them are so that they can pick and choose their own opportunities based on, including what I show them and what I teach them. That's a different environment than what we do up here. And I'm a little worried that we wouldn't do it well. I'm leaving, of course, but it also is to the pure question of what and this isn't an insult to the youth on what value they would bring, but what we do up here is we gather information, we read our packets, and we weigh in on topics as a representative of those that elect us. They can't all be here. They can't all ring the bell and say yes or no. So I don't want to have a situation where we take on a new responsibility to mentor or to educate or to spend that time. And it's not a matter of accommodation. It's just a matter of the fairness to the other topic. So the idea that, well, you can witness a Tuesday night, that's very helpful, but what happens on Tuesday night is a culmination of what happens either the 2 weeks before, or the week before, or the day before through the interaction inside the community that we represent. And so I feel that quite honestly, the youth is going to be overwhelmed with what actually happens up here. Accommodations on a rezone or a specific center of that, or the Fund 181 conversation. That's not to be arrogant in my own understanding of the conversation, but it's been built up on years and years of grooming, starting as a community council president, then on to planning and zoning commission, and just my career. So I bring value to what I do and what the community expectations are up here for that. And so it's not the takeaway comment isn't that would be a purposeless thing for the youth to engage in because it would be of no value. It certainly would be of value to the youth, but I would see other mechanisms far more engaging an assembly-based intern program. Mr. Dunbar is trying to get one going, something that we can show them what happens on the integration, because a truly effective assembly member in my side of things is somebody that engages their community Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and to drag a youth along through all that process to show them. That's the pure part of government involvement, not what we do here Tuesday night at the fights. That to me is not what happens. It's the work prior. So I don't feel that this is the right mechanism. I agree with a lot of comments Mr. Welton put on the table, and sort of turning it into this mentoring and educational requirement, I think is not going to be fair to the youth that have to engage in it. And my expectation is if they're going to be up here, then they read everything we do. It's 970 pages tonight, for example. So that's awfully complicated data for somebody that has a life outside of Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did something I do every now and then when I have one of those topics that I want to throw out in the media. So while y'all were in your executive session, I put it on Facebook. And in an hour, I had 75 comments from across Anchorage. And I'm just going to point out some of the districts that I recognize them from. South Anchorage, for sure. East Side, West Anchorage, Midtown, and Eagle River. Obviously, Eagle River heavy. It's my Facebook page. But overwhelmingly, 90% of those who pay taxes and vote say no. But there was a good majority, like I said, about 10%, 5 to 10%, who said that might be a good idea. It all depends on how it's structured. So Mr. Weddleton was going right to the same question I kept going back, because through my news feed, I was looking at all of the opportunities for youth engagement right now that the community was bringing up. And one of the things people said was right now they could be engaged and be seated on multiple community councils around the city. Yeah, that's an avenue that it surprised me that the Youth Commission hasn't pursued. Because as Mr. Starr mentioned, when we have issues that come from here, a lot of times, I mean, I have 6 community councils in my district alone, and I attend every one of them. Oh, okay, not a Klutna. A lot of times they meet virtually. But for the most part, I mean, these are 5 meetings a month that I have to go to, not to mention a Parks and Rec meeting and a road board meeting. And that's just to understand the topics that we're dealing with that we're voting on. So the commitment isn't just sitting up here and being part of a discussion. So they brought up the community councils, but the Youth Advisory Commission, this was the value of why we brought it back, so we could have a youth perspective. They could talk about a robust issue, they could bring us their concerns or their perspective. Youth Court was another great one that was brought up, and it has been a very effective tool that has been used over the years. But Student Council, and we heard at least one member here who was a member of a Student Council, but I immediately go to the legal aspect of this. So Mr. Falsey, I have a question for you, and this is my concern. So we have a 16-year-old who is appointed now as a quasi-assembly member. What role do they play in executive sessions when we're talking about litigation that could be detrimental to the municipality if it gets out, or personnel matters, which obviously could be very sensitive? Now, assembly members, if you violate executive session rules, you could be recalled and there could be things, but what about a 16-year-old?
To the chair, Ms. Dembowski, I would expect that the youth member of the assembly likely would not be involved in the executive sessions.
It doesn't say that. It says they can be involved to every aspect except for their vote won't technically be tallied. So it does not say they can't be a part of an executive session.
Right. And through the chair, Ms. Dembowski, that's because my understanding is that this youth would be serving on the assembly only at the assembly's invitation. They're not truly an assembly member. They would be somewhat being invited into the conversation, and so they would have no affirmative right to participate in an executive session.
But where does it say that, Mr. Balzi? Because I understand what you're saying, and it sounds like that's the intent. But again, we're making law, and you're saying, and throughout here it says, the youth representative to the Anchorage Assembly shall be seated with the Assembly during regular and special meetings, an executive meeting is a special meeting, and may be recognized for comment by the presiding officer of the Assembly. So right here, it does not say, I mean, am I wrong? Is an executive, isn't that a special meeting of the Assembly?
Well, through the chair, an executive session is not a different form of meeting. It is a different part of an existing meeting.
Right.
And I would say, I guess I would answer that question by saying that, of course, the charter sets the number of assembly members and defines their qualifications and character. This youth member would not be an assembly member under the terms of the charter. So in some ways, they would be operating in the same capacity as any person who's invited to the podium to speak. This is just a different form of public participation that would be at the Assembly's request.
Let me go at this a different way, because I'm not a lawyer. Mr. Croft loves it when I say that. But that's not what this ordinance, this is a law we're passing. And the law clearly does not delineate an executive session. I am worried about the financial potential impact of sensitive personnel matters or litigation issues of having a 16-year-old present, when in fact there are times that it would not be appropriate in my view.
And through the chair, I think that point is well taken and probably could be addressed by an amendment which says expressly that the youth member would not be invited to participate in an executive session.
Okay, well, if anybody's going to vote on this, I think that amendment has to be made. I'm going to continue with my comments, though. So there are multiple ways for students, and like I said, initially I walked in thinking I might possibly consider voting for it because there is a sunset clause in it, and I thought it might be an experiment. But I have since learned that we did have, actually I went to high school with a girl who served on the Anchorage School Board when she was 18. She was elected and she served on that school board. Yep. I was going to say, well, the one I was thinking about was Jeneth Ziegler. That's who I was thinking of. So she served. I don't remember why they did away with that. Was she a student at the time, or was she actually elected? And why did they get rid of the youth representative? Anybody know?
Oh, youth representative.
But it's not filled. Okay. Well, I've watched a lot of school board meetings. I don't see a kid sitting up there. And I know the Matsu Borough Assembly has it too. So it's been something that's been tinkered with over the years, but I go back to, number one, the executive session I think is a problem. But number two, if we have student councils, community councils, which obviously are not being utilized by youth at this point, so I've heard, unless somebody here knows of a youth on your community council, we have multiple opportunities that aren't being fully utilized. Why would we do this at this point? And if you're going to have a youth representative that's not elected, then what about other community interests? You know, what about somebody from, I wouldn't say the senior population because I think they're already represented well, but maybe the disability community or maybe a different, I mean, why just youth? I'm a little confused.
Anything else, Ms. Dembowski? Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when I noticed this on the agenda tonight, I wasn't sure exactly how members of the public would feel about this. So I just happened to have a community council meeting last Thursday. And so I asked the people in attendance at the Scenic Park Community Council if they thought this was a good idea. and they voted unanimously that they thought it was a good idea. So just to throw that out there, the general public probably thinks this is a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given Mr. Flynn's obvious and substantial limitations, I have to say once again, it's very heroic of him to put something like this forward. My biggest concern with it is simply having seen the members of the Youth Advisory Commission who testified tonight, if they are allowed on the body, could make the rest of us look worse in comparison. But I am not a big fan of this. I mean, that's true. They are very eloquent, and I think they would say wise things. I am a little concerned about the functioning of it, sort of along the lines of what Mr. Starr was saying. We have this enormous amount of documents that we're supposed to go through every meeting in order to understand the issues, and we barely, for most of us, that is challenging enough. I always find it very frustrating when even members of the public will stand up and opine on an issue that they've just seen the title for on the screen, haven't been seeing all the background work. I just don't think it's that youthful, whether they're 16 or 60. So I mean, I'm all in favor of getting youth more involved in our system in the form of government. I think the Youth Advisory Commission is great. I'm just not necessarily a fan of how this would particularly work. I think it's well intended, and I don't want to discourage the youth from participation by not voting for it. But I don't think it's a particularly it sounds really good, but I think the actual working of it, I'm very suspicious of that it wouldn't be that great. So.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft?
The substantial danger here is that we would elevate the discussion substantially. There is, coming from the school board before this, there is a student advisory board on the school board, and they have a representative, and they give a report at each meeting. Obviously, they don't vote. They're not school board members. And it's not the usual practice to ask them on various matters, but they present at every meeting. So it's somewhat of a hybrid between what we have. It's more than we have now, but not quite what we're considering here. I do think this is a good idea. I think that getting that perspective would be useful. And because they're not a school board member or a assembly member under the charter, we could put them or have rules on their participation sort of in any way we want. So I don't think the danger is where we sit them or even the executive session, though I think that was an interesting point that we should address. It isn't a reason independently to vote against this ordinance. They, as Mr. Falsey said, they wouldn't have any right to force themselves into any particular meeting or so we'd have the right to restrict that participation however we want. But I mean, on a larger issue, we just had an election that had 20% participation. We're hopefully with vote by mail and others going to make it easier to vote. But having more avenues of participation, particularly for the generation that's going to be taking over from us, is not only an appropriate thing to do, it's maybe one of the more important things we should do. I worry from the comments that this is either close or going to fail, but I think it's an excellent idea, and I hope it passes.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, please allow me to address a couple of the concerns that have been voiced to this point, one of which was lack of youth participation in community councils, as voiced by Mr. Weddleton and Ms. Domboski. The initial draft of this, which none of you saw because I addressed this before it was introduced, included a requirement that they be a member in good standing of a community council. I deleted that because there are something like 4 community councils in Anchorage that allow 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds to be members in good standing. And it seemed to me, given the workload that Mr. Evans and Mr. Starr and others are so concerned about, adding the additional responsibility on being on a community council, which they're not eligible to be a member of, might be a little bit too much to ask. So that's why that's not in here, and that's why I don't think that's a reasonable distraction from the issue at hand. I'm absolutely amenable, Ms. Domboski. If you wish to author an amendment, I will second it to exclude them from executive sessions. I think it's superfluous. I've left this somewhat broad so that the Assembly can implement this in a way that fits best for their priorities, for getting the input that they want from this representative, as opposed to being overly dictatorial in how this role is filled. And to that end, Madam Chair, I would move amendment number 2 that you have in front of you.
Mr. Flynn, we have like 4 folks in the queue, and my preference would be to let them say what they have to say, and then we'll do the amendments.
However you see fit, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Steele?
Yeah, I'm concerned about the workload. It's a huge commitment for anybody to take on the workload, let alone somebody who has educational responsibilities, a student. I am concerned about trying to bring students into government in one form or another, just because I think it's a great experience and it might be mind-widening, if you will. But it's a huge workload, and I'm not sure that that we would be motivating young students to get involved in government through this exercise. It would be taxing at best. So I'll keep looking for ways to try and encourage people to be involved in government. I certainly have done it with my own kids to not much success, quite frankly. But they certainly understand government and what goes on. And but it would be a very taxing situation for anybody that was a full-time student to also take on this responsibility. So I'm waiting for the vote, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Evans?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't mean to, I'll be brief. I've given it some thought. I'm not going to be on the body after this meeting, or next week, but anyway. And since I do have concerns about it, but I'm willing to leave it to those who are going to be on the body to work it out. So I probably, seeing how the votes are cast, I will vote yes on this, although I think it's got some problems. I would like to see, if possible, an amendment to actually change what's proposed here to more like the school board's model. I think that's much more workable. But if that's not done, I'll still vote yes so as not to kill this idea.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainee?
Just, Madam Chair, there's nothing prohibiting an individual from attending any community council in Anchorage. I've gone through all the bylaws as they were being approved. They may not be recognized as members, but there's nobody at the door to check somebody and say, oh, you're a young person, you can't be here. They're open to everybody. Maybe not participating in them, but they are open to the public, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to get in the queue to do my amendment after Mr. Flynn does his amendments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to pull a Mr. Evans here and speak twice, but apologize. Just very briefly, I didn't realize this was going to be the most controversial item in our packet this morning, or tonight, or otherwise I would have said more when we started. I think that Mr. Croft's point is a very strong one, and I want us to think more seriously about how we can people engaged in this body and in democracy more generally in our city. We just had as he said, a turnout of about 20%. Some of the other specific points, the way I read this, where it says youth representative attendance shall not be counted in determining a quorum of the Anchorage Assembly, that combined with the charter language that Mr. Falsey spoke of, I think, to me, that satisfies the worry about the executive session. It's clear they're not truly a member of the body. The second point that Mr. Evans had brought up earlier about, people going on and sort of speaking to things that maybe they aren't fully briefed on, and that probably applies to members of us as well. But there is also language here on line 15 where it says may be recognized for comment by the presiding officer. I think that gives us discretion if we decide we don't want to allow them to continue to speak on an issue because we have to move on. And then the last point about community councils. So I started in this city on community councils, as I think many of us did, but they are, I don't know if intimidating is the right word, but they feel inaccessible, I think, to a lot of youth sometimes. They can meet at odd hours and in odd places. I'm often the youngest person there, and I'm not that young anymore. And I think that this is also not exclusive. I mean, we could allow them to work in community councils and have this in our organization as well. So I'm not persuaded by the idea that they must be involved in community councils or that's the only place they can be involved. I think ideally they would be involved both, and I urge my colleagues to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delbar. Mr. Bosky?
Oh, I thought you were going to Mr. Flynn for amendments, but I can do mine.
No. No one was in the queue, and I thought you wanted to speak next. But anyway, Mr. Flynn, are you ready to make the amendment? The motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Madam Chair, I would move the amendment labeled Amendment Number 2 on the piece of paper I believe you have in front of you. I'll read it aloud. It would replace paragraph C on page 2 to read, the Youth Advisory Commission shall determine their term of appointment with a minimum of 3 months and a maximum of 1 year. No appointee may serve more than 1 year.
And Mr. Bosky, second?
And just the purpose for this, as it reads, is different jurisdictions have employed this type of youth representative differently. I didn't want to be overly prescriptive, and so give some flexibility to the Youth Commission to make the determination as to what works best. Maybe some are best suited to serve a semester, some are best suited to serve 6 months, 3 months, and I wanted to preserve the flexibility for that determination as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's no one in the queue. We have a first and second, and we're going to be voting on Mr. Flynn's proposed amendment number 2. Please vote. That amendment is approved unanimously. Mr. Flynn?
Based on the testimony of the Youth Advisory Commission members, I'm not going to offer amendment number 1, so I'll defer to Ms. Dombosky.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Dombosky?
Oh, Mr. Flynn, you're going to love me. I move amendment number 1, page 2, line 24, following 16 insert and not more than 18. I think, if I can get a second.
Second.
Trini, thank you.
Thank you.
I think the point is made. If you're 18 years old, you can run for office. So if you have an 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-year-old who wants to run for office, I think there's a state house member from Ketchikan who's probably like 19. I'm just kidding. But who's younger. And he was engaged. He wanted to run for office. He ran for office. He's in the legislature now. I'm not sure how old he is now, but he's very young. Is it? Oh, yeah, it's Sitka. Yeah. Yes, Sitka. It's Sitka. Sorry, I knew it was Southeast. But my point is there are youth that are engaged that do maybe don't fit the mold of under 18, what we think of as youth, but maybe 22, maybe 21 who want to get engaged. As we had said before, there was an 18-year-old who has been elected to this school board. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. And if this is meant to be truly youth engagement, I see no reason why to include adults. 18 and over is an adult. So I support this particular amendment, and then I'll offer a second amendment when we're done.
Thank you, Mr. Dombosky. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I just want to speak in opposition to this amendment. I think it needlessly excludes people that could offer some service. It's true that they can run for office if they want to, but I don't think we should require them to or to restrict their participation here just because it's available to them.
Mr. Dunbar, let me insert myself here. I'm sorry. The way it's written, you can be of age 16 to 22 currently. The amendment that I've proposed would limit you to 18. So, I mean,
you didn't propose it though, Mr. Domboski.
Mr. Domboski proposed
right.
it.
I'm opposing that.
Okay. All right.
Because just because a 22-year-old can run for office doesn't mean that they can't have something to offer here and couldn't serve in this capacity. So I just think it needlessly restricts the pool of people that would want to take this on that already serve on the Youth Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. There is no one else in the queue. We are voting on Mr. Domboski's proposed amendment. Please vote. That amendment is approved 7-4. Okay, there is no one.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have the text. Mr. Falsey, I might need you to check me here as I read this. I'll give the text to the clerk. On page 2, line 29, I move to insert the youth representative to the Anchorage Assembly shall not attend or participate in executive sessions of the Anchorage Assembly.
Second.
Thank you.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory, though maybe the intent of the maker was never to have them participate. If you read the words on the page, being a structuralist, it brings somebody who's actually just interpreting the words. It doesn't exclude them. It says they shall participate. And so I think it's, especially when we're talking about items that come up in executive session, I don't think it's appropriate for a 16-year-old.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. There is no one in the queue. We're voting on Mr. Domboski's proposed amendment regarding executive sessions. Please vote. That amendment is approved unanimously. Any more amendments? Okay, and there's Mr. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love having youth engagement. One of the things that I do, because I think it's great. I've done it multiple times as I've spoken to multiple groups, whether it's Teen Pact, whether it is American Heritage Girls, or whether it's the Cub Scouts. I actually go and talk for their service badges or for their community engagement piece of their public service. So youth engagement is something I'm very passionate about. I was a member of my student council when I attended Chugach High School many years ago, and I have seen the value of it. I've known a lot of kids that have participated in youth court, and I think there are valuable avenues to have youth engaged. I do not think this is the right thing to do. I think much like the school board does, if you want a student representative for the assembly, I think we could have a student representative. We could have them give a report at the beginning of the meeting. But much like the community councils, when we proposed the discussion about a 16-year-old or an 18-year-old serving on the community council, this body chose to allow for the most local control, which was each community council, and there's 36, 38 of them, each community council, it was left up to that community council whether they wanted to allow a seat for youth, fully voting, or maybe partially seated, not voting. But what does it tell you when only 4 community councils out of the entire city allow for a youth seat? Now, I've been to all my community councils, and whenever kids are there for the government class, they're always recognized, they're always asked to participate, and they're always given the floor whenever they raise the hand. I've never seen one turned away. And so I think we have to remember what the job is of this body. The job of this body is to run the city, right? It's to pass laws, it's to pass budgetary items, it is to make law. And the youth they testified, there's multiple kids that testified today. They're never turned away. You have 3 minutes right there, right? But again, as I said, community councils are established in charter. So just to dismiss it out of hand and say, well, they don't participate in their community council, there's a reason community councils are. They're of value. And to now look at it and say we have student councils, we have community councils, now we've reinvigorated the Youth Advisory Commission, which I think is fantastic. And there's youth court, and there's obviously a student representative for ASD. There's multiple opportunities here for kids to get engaged. Many of our meetings, as we've said, we're here right now, and nobody thought there was anything big on the agenda, and it's almost 9:30 at night. So I think it's important to have public input, but that's why we have public testimony. And if I think, I'm not opposed to having a youth advisory member, a member from their commission, come in and give us a report, or talk to us if they have a specific issue. I'm not opposed to that at all. But I think this is a little bit of overkill, and I would like to see the other avenues of youth engagement actually pursued before we jump to this step. And again, I'm not opposed to having youth have a voice here, but I think it could be structured a little bit better. Even having an assembly intern, I'd be fine with that too. So I think Mr. Dunbar does that now. So anyways, I'm a no vote, obviously.
Really, Mr. Bosky? Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I move that we postpone action until May 9th, and I'll speak to why if you'd like.
Please.
Thank you. We're 4 members of this body are voting on the procedures that they won't be affected by. That is, they're leaving. We will miss them. But I do think it's appropriate to have the 4 new members' opinion on something they're going to live with for the next 3 years. And so that by doing it to May 9th, they will be sworn in on the 18th. They'll have 1 meeting to sort of see how it works, and then they'll be able to vote on whether this makes sense for them. I also would at that time, at least for our consideration, put an amendment that would more model the school board process, so we can choose between the school board process where a representative gives a report, this process, or none at all by voting all of them down. So I think that makes more sense in terms of having the people make the decision, the representatives make the decision. They're going to have to live with the result.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Flynn?
I'm not proud. If you guys want to postpone action on this, that's fine. I would point out that, believe it or not, this actually works in a lot of jurisdictions, even within Alaska. I got a message. Ms. Demboski speaks of the charter. I'm the only one who sleeps with it under his pillow. But Lisa Parker was a member of the Charter Commission. She contacted me after this was introduced and said this, and actually she was a reason why I developed Amendment Number 2, because she said we do a semester basis here in Soldotna. She's on the Soldotna City Council. Talk about a geographically diverse public servant. I think it's entirely manageable. I'm bemused by those who feel it's somehow too challenging. I think it underestimates the talent of our youth, and I think it underestimates the flexibility of this body. But if you want to wait and try and make it a little bit better, it doesn't hurt my feelings at all.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Traney?
I'll join Mr. Croft. I'll join with Mr. Croft on this, because I think we do need to work on this and make it closer to what the school board does. An advisory comments test, I think, is fine, because I've got 8 kids and they had lots of different opinions on legislation here. It would have been good to have an advisory board they could have gotten on to advise us on what we do. So I'll join with Mr. Croft on this. Good idea, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, Mr. Croft's suggestion seems like a complicated way to go about this. I think a simple way would just vote sensibly no on this now, and then come forward at your leisure with something that would be more to your liking later.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft, would you like to make a motion? You did? Okay, and there was a second? Okay, excellent. And we'll vote on Mr. Croft's motion to postpone until May 6th, May 9th? May 9th, and there's no one in the queue. Please vote. There's one person who didn't vote. Thank you. This item is postponed to May 9th by a vote of 9-2. We now have before us agenda item 14N, AO 2017-59, amending Anchorage Municipal Code 15.75 to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens and environment of Anchorage by establishing pesticide-free policies and restrictions for parks, public lands, and properties. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. I'm Kay Brown, B-R-O-W-N. I'm speaking in support of the ordinance before you that would establish pesticide-free policies for municipal parks, public lands, and properties. In 1998, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and as a result, became quite interested in why people get cancer, and learned that many widely used pesticides are carcinogens that cause not only cancer, but many other serious health problems, especially for children. In 1999, I worked with ACAT, Alaska Community Action on Toxics, to persuade the Anchorage School District to adopt a least toxic pest management policy that has been effective in limiting pesticide use in our public schools. I also worked on the 2004 ordinance passed by the Assembly to expand public notification when pesticides were used in our community. Now I'm fully convinced it's time to take the next step and further have limit our exposure to pesticides and adopt a comprehensive policy that's proposed in this ordinance. The current regulatory environment, the regulations imposed by the Environmental Protection Agency in the state of Alaska are inadequate, outdated, and don't reflect the latest science. So it is appropriate and necessary for the Anchorage Assembly to take this important step to protect public health, not only for our citizens, but for our pets and fish and wildlife. I urge your support.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Joni Bruner, B-R-U-N-E-R, and I am in support of this bill. I would really like you to know how it impacts me. I can't go into most businesses, a lot of businesses that have chemicals, pesticides, and other things in them that have scent to them. They bother my asthma, and I have to eat pesticide-free, and I have to stay away from any scents and pesticides because it triggers my asthma. So I don't participate in the parks and things like that as much as I'd like to. I have to walk across the street and around the corner when I do come across things that have those chemical smells and such. It bothers me very badly. Exposure to it is really wrecking my immune system, and I know I'm not the only one out there that this impacts. So I really would like for you to follow through with this and say yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Zimmer. That's Z-I-M-M-E-R. And I'm here to also to express my support for this ordinance before you guys, AO 2017-59. And I would also like to assure Mr. Evans that I have indeed read it, and I also have a substantial amount of background education on the topic of chemicals in the environment. So I'm here speaking also on behalf of myself and my husband. We're both part of the 19.6% of folks who voted last week. And main reason I moved to Anchorage and chose to buy a house and pay taxes and vote and live here is for the trail system and for the park system, for the green spaces that we have in Anchorage. And I know that I'm not alone in this. Every time I go out to an event on the park strip, out on the ski trails, I'm out next to the creek seeing kids out fishing, I see pretty much half of Anchorage and all their kids and all their dogs. So the chemicals that we're using or might potentially be using in these public spaces they do affect the entire community. And these effects are serious. whole stack of peer-reviewed scientific studies out there showing adverse birth outcomes, pediatric and adult cancers, neurobehavioral and cognitive deficits, asthma, autism, ADHD, ADD, birth defects, early puberty, obesity, diabetes, and a few others. I could go on about this all evening. I realize I don't have time for that. But there's a larger point that I would like to make. As I read through this proposed ordinance, I see nearly 2 pages devoted to describing preventative methods. And this includes the phrase right up front, ecosystem-based integrated pest management strategy. And here I see an opportunity also for a lot of community involvement. There's already some existing programs. There's the Municipal Youth Employment and Parks Program. They're out there all summer working on trails and green spaces. There's also a whole host of volunteer projects that get people involved in their environment. And it's not the environment out there in the woods. This is our environment. We live here. We're part of it. So I'd like to say that in this ordinance, I really see a proactive plan to manage and maintain a healthy environment for and by all Anchorage residents. So I strongly urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is John Kennish, Kennish. I've been a chemist for 50 years. And so as a representative of the chemistry community, I wanted to say that this is a very good move in the right direction. I would like to suggest, though, that further attempts be made to improve the exposure of the public to chemicals. I'd like to see a much better plan in the future. There are lots of new things out there that have been done over the last 15, 20 years that could probably be applied rather. But I would say that I'd like to congratulate you for at least putting this together to get things moving in the right direction. I don't think it's appropriate for public people to be exposed to chemicals in any instance because it's bad enough that people use chemicals on their own in their own home, expose themselves without realizing what they're using and what they're exposing themselves to. But in a public domain where people go out to participate in use of parks in the community or just walking in the public arena, they shouldn't be exposed to anything that they're unaware of. It's unfair to them. I think it's not acceptable. Anyway, I want to thank you for whoever's put this together because it's a good move in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the Assembly, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Pamela Miller, Pamela-Miller, and I am Executive Director with Alaska Community Action on Toxics, a public interest environmental health research and advocacy organization. I'm also a biologist and principal investigator for research supported by the National Institutes of Health concerning environmental and human health effects of pesticides and other industrial chemicals in Alaska. This ordinance is fundamentally about protecting public health by protecting our children, elders, pets, and others who are especially vulnerable to the harmful effects of pesticides. The process for developing this ordinance has been very inclusive, involving discussions with municipal and state land managers and invasive plant managers, staff from the Municipal Department of Health and Social Services, Department of Environmental Conservation, and other community experts. In January, we had an initial discussion meeting, and since then, 2 work sessions in the Rules Committee. At the direction of the Assembly Chair and with her guidance, we have worked over the past 3 months to craft an ordinance that is respectful, practical, and addresses concerns raised during the discussions and through the drafting. The municipal departments charged with implementing this program have stated that their concerns have been addressed. This ordinance is necessary because current pesticide regulations, as mentioned by an earlier testifier under the U.S. EPA and the state of Alaska, are not reflective of the latest science and leave gaps, therefore, in the protection of public health, especially when it comes to children. The ordinance codifies a positive and healthy approach that focuses on long-term prevention and prevents the damage of pests without resorting to synthetic chemicals. It establishes a set of guidelines and procedures that ensure practices are consistently applied through successive administrations and staff. Final decisions on the use of hazardous pesticides, if needed as a last resort, are made by public health professionals rather than simply by land managers who may not have the expertise concerning human health implications of pesticides. The ordinance focuses on the protection of public health. It is based on tremendous advances in scientific understanding of the way pesticides disrupt our endocrine system, harm the developing brain and immune system of children, and affect human development and reproduction, as well as their association with certain types of cancers, including pediatric cancers. I think it's important to note.
I'm going to have to say thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. This ordinance strengthens the public right to know and fosters a healthy approach, and we strongly support it and urge you to support it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dunbar has a question.
Thank you, and perhaps this will, Pam, give you some chance to conclude here, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about your meetings with the municipality and those agencies, and whether or not you think this will increase cost in the municipality.
Mr. Dunbar, through the chair, it is our experience with the Anchorage School District that it was in fact very effective at reducing and eliminating most pesticide uses and did not increase cost and has been quite effective. We've had discussions with the municipality horticultural staff as well as Department of Health and Social Services. Since January, they've been involved in successive discussions as well as the discussions in the Rules Committee, the work sessions, and then we've also met with them individually to make sure that we're addressing their concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Ms. Miller, so we've had a lot of email exchanges, and then actually with quite a few people, I suppose many of us have, but it seems to me one of the issues is there's this system of dealing with this stuff, integrated pest management, and then there's not dealing with it that way. And it seems like integrated pest management is integrated into this somewhat, but not enough for some people. Is it? And I don't know, but can you clarify that? Would you call this integrated pest management, this ordinance, or is it different?
Yes, I do, and there is specific language in Section C to include integrated pest management as an integral part of this ordinance and of addressing the prevention of pest problems. So, yes, I do.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you. I apologize. Just to follow up on that, though, we have received several messages from people who are basically feel that that's not the case. Was there an earlier draft or some other reason why you think that they don't believe this is integrated pest management?
Well, again, we have met many times to discuss this, and I think in Section C, page 4, lines 7 through 13, specifically require that pest infestation and pest problems on municipal property shall be managed with an ecosystem-based integrated pest management strategy. So it is a central part of this ordinance. It wasn't something that was suggested and we just set it aside. I think it's critical.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Jeff Lowenfels, Lowenfels as in Snapdragon. I have another forum where I have expressed my opinions on many occasions and with no holds barred with regard to pesticide use in the municipality of Anchorage. I think what you're doing here today, I hope what you'll do here today, is a codification of existing policy that certainly the school board's using. I know that when I get comments from my columns in the Anchorage Daily News, they are literally 100% in favor of banning the use of pesticides, not only on municipal property, but throughout the entire municipality of Anchorage. I urge you to move forward on this ordinance. I have 3 books that are upstairs in this library, all best-selling. one of which has been translated into 9 different languages, all of which are predicated on the concept that use of pesticides is wrong. Doesn't matter what the cost is. It doesn't matter what the need is. It's just simply wrong because it's unhealthy to us, to our children, to the environment, to the soil. I can't think of any good things that come out of it. I could list lots of health studies. You've seen them all. You've had them in the hearings. I could point out study after study that is based upon flawed science. I could point out to you that we now have a EPA administrator who has already ignored clear science with regard to one very dangerous chemical, which we will hopefully never see used in the municipality of Anchorage. I could suggest that the municipality of Anchorage has a growing liability problem developing as more and more of these chemicals are being used on private properties with knowledge of the municipality, of their dangers. But to me, it seems to me that the real reason why we want to pass this ordinance and why you must pass this ordinance can be summed up in 2 words: our children. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Mr. Flynn has a question. Mr. Flynn?
Less a question, more of a comment, Mr. Lowenfels. Despite my general literacy that Mr. Evans speaks to regularly, I actually do follow your columns, and because of you, I now compost all my grass clippings and put them in my raspberries and harvest them.
And I hope you'll even put up with a couple of dandelions every now and then.
I have. That was what I was getting to. So several years ago, we had a retreat at my home with this body, and our former chairman, Mr. Hall, asked if he could have some of my clippings because I had so many gosh darn dandelions. So I'm trying, but it's not looking good.
If they came in different colors, we'd all love them.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenfels. Appreciate
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Weddleton?
Just briefly, and I have to thank you too, because somewhere I read that you said I don't have to vacuum up or rake up my leaves, and I figured he must be smart. So
That's part of integrated pest management, I might add.
So you're pretty much no pesticides, but we are seeing in this and discussions we've had, there's a balance because you have invasive species that are bad, and sometimes really the only way to get that is to poison them. And is that incorrect?
Yeah, it is incorrect in my opinion. More and more of us who are involved in the gardening community and in the landscape community are now of the opinion that there is never an excuse to use a pesticide for any reason whatsoever. They're that dangerous. And until the science can be based upon DNA, extensive studies that go generation to generation as opposed to high school science using 90-day studies, we're in a bad situation. And this ordinance has a precautionary statement to it. Very, very important. It's not necessary to demonstrate that something is definitely bad for you. We take the precaution under this ordinance that we don't make a mistake because we don't have all the information. So I think it's very, very important. It's a great ordinance, and I think you should move forward on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Michelle Wilbur, W-I-L-B-E-R-S-E. I miss sitting in my chair over there. But in any case, not quite an eloquent gardener as Mr. Lowenfels, but I also represent a gardening program in town called Yardacopia. So I work with a number of gardeners, and we build 30-plus gardens, 100-square-foot gardens all across Anchorage every summer. They're all organic gardens as much as we can make them. We don't use any pesticides or herbicides on them, and it is frighteningly easy to be very successful and have very few pest problems in our climate without using pesticides or herbicides. I realize that some land managers are bringing up stickier problems. We aren't necessarily dealing with Mayday trees popping up in our gardens. But I believe as well with Jeff that it is possible to manage our problems without pesticides or herbicides, and that we protect soil health, the microbiome, and the health of all the people, vulnerable and otherwise, living in our community by taking on that challenge, by being creative and solving our problems in better ways. However, this ordinance does merely basically codify what is already common practice, and so the tools that are being used currently by land managers to deal with serious problems, invasive species that are threatening ecosystems or problems for other health and safety issues are not cut off. There are mechanisms to still quite easily use these tools. So I don't believe that there's a reason for the land managers to fear they won't be able to do their jobs under this. Also, the comments that this is somehow instead of or precluding or making it harder to do IPM, or that IPM having an integrated pest management plan would be a good alternative. I see that as a false dichotomy. These are not mutually exclusive. We've decided that some of these tools can be very dangerous, and so we need to put an extra level of care to their use, and that's what this ordinance does. And then also this ordinance not only does not preclude an integrated pest management plan within the departments, but mandates that they use one. And so it actually encapsulates all the best parts of having an integrated pest management plan, while recognizing that certain tools are more dangerous and need to be used with quite a bit of care, and the level of care in this is getting approval from somebody with knowledge of human health. And I think that's very appropriate, and this ordinance is good as is. I could go on, but that's enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name's Patty Saunders. That's PattiSaunders. I worked for 14 years at the Arc of Anchorage. Many of you will know that the Arc of Anchorage helps families who have children, whether they're minors or adults, who have developmental disabilities and or mental health problems. Over the course of my 14 years there, I learned that many of those disabilities are probably related to chemical exposures either before birth or shortly thereafter. And I've learned a lot more since then, especially for tonight. During early sensitive life stages, before and after birth, exposure to toxic chemicals can cause permanent brain injury at low levels that would have little or no effect in an adult, and can interfere with a child's ability to reach his or her full potential. At least 100 pesticides are known to affect the brain. There is scientific evidence that they affect children's brains, making pesticides the largest group of substances known to cause neurological disorders. Many pesticides are aimed at killing insects, usually by targeting their nervous system. But the brain biochemistry of humans is quite similar. Thus, developing human brains are particularly vulnerable to pesticides during pregnancy and infancy. Doctors Landrigan and Grandjean, who are pediatricians and neurologists from Mount Sinai and Harvard School of Public Health, respectively, internationally renowned experts in this field, recently stated, our very great concern is that children are being exposed to unrecognized toxic chemicals that are silently eroding intelligence, disrupting behaviors, truncating future achievements, and damaging societies. End quote. The contribution, not true. The contribution of harmful chemicals to these disorders can be prevented, end quote. This ordinance strengthens the public's right to know and fosters a healthy approach that minimizes the use of harmful pesticides. Parents, grandparents, aunties, and uncles should not have to worry about whether their child will be exposed to a harmful pesticide that could have long-term health consequences if they visit public parks to enjoy the great Alaska outdoors. If asked, most Anchoragites would choose healthy children over a weed-free park. Of course, that's not actually what needs to happen, because there are alternatives to chemicals.
Thank you.
I urge you to pass this ordinance.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Summer Sauvé. I'm in Midtown. My last name is Sauve. I've got 3 kids that grew up here, and I'm concerned about the pesticides. And I'm concerned about people getting cancer. 2 of my kids have got asthma, and they've lived here their whole lives. And I'd like you to pass this ordinance.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Dearson. That's VANESSADUHRSEN. I'm a high school student at West High, and I grew up playing in the Anchorage parks often, and like many Anchorage residents, I now run and recreate in them daily. Even small amounts of pesticides have been shown to pose significant health problems, and it's concerning to me that we're exposed to such a health hazard on a regular basis. Considering that children are particularly susceptible to lasting health damage, it's important to me that we limit the amount of chemicals that are released into local parks where children play. This will ensure that we are not unnecessarily putting ourselves at risk. Pesticides also have adverse effects on our local waterways. This ordinance will protect not only the safety of our drinking water, but also the wildlife that inhabits our local waterways like salmon. I urge you to support this ordinance because it will protect both our own safety as well as the safety of our environment. Our current protocols and regulations are not reflective of the latest science and leave gaps in the protection of public health. Thank you for considering this critical update to Anchorage's pesticide policies.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Assembly members. My name is Tim Stallard, S-T-A-L-L-A-R-D, and I myself used to be strongly anti-pesticide, but now have a little more nuanced view. Like a lot of things in life, things are more complicated than what they might seem. And there's a lot of kind of strong feelings here, kind of very opposing information from both sides on this issue. So a little bit more of my background. I studied biology at the University of Alaska, and I now have the privilege of, I have a small firm that does environmental protection work, managing invasive species. And very reluctantly, I learned that pesticides can be an essential tool to protect our natural resources from harmful pests and harmful invasive species. So I agree with the intent of this ordinance that pesticides should be a tool of last resort and used seldom, if at all, but it does need to be an available tool. So my concern with this ordinance is that it locks up this essential tool from our resource managers in the Public Parks Department, as well as our many other municipal departments that own land, real estate, MLP, the port, AWU, et cetera. So this ordinance, I'm concerned, would lock up tools from our staff that the general public can go to Home Depot or Walmart and buy. So we have expert staff, in these departments, and I think they should be empowered to do their job and take care of the resources, with pesticides only available as a last resort, but not lock it up from them. Just a couple other quick comments regarding the public notification. I do, having worked in municipal parks as a contractor, I do see a little bit of cleanup needed with the public notification currently required in public parks. The regulations as currently written make sense for a standard neighborhood park. They require that you would notify the adjacent neighbors, people across the residential street. But we have parks like Far North Bicentennial Park that are, 2,000 or more acres. We have these green belts that are very long, narrow strips. If a resource manager is doing a very small pesticide application for a whatever pest, they shouldn't need to notify somebody 5 miles away. It should be within, say 1,000 feet of the application area. Just to add a little common sense adjustment to what we already have. So that's my comment.
Mr. Whittleton has a question.
Yes.
Yeah, you use the phrase locks up essential tools, but when I read this, even non-allowed, which kind of implies you can't use it at all, can be used under, you just have to have them approved. So what tools are not allowed, what tools are locked up?
Well, they're locked up by another department, so they're not, there's a key at the health department, so so parks or real estate would have to go to another department to do their job, so they're not, so there is a key, so they can't access it, but it's just sort of another step. We're all trying to ensure that our public employees can do their jobs efficiently, and that's my concern, is just creating another layer of bureaucracy, but.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. I just have a comment. First, I want to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Training. Thank you very much for being part of the working group that came to consensus on this ordinance before I even introduced it. But thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Birgit Langer, L-E-N-G-E-R.
Can you pull the mic up a little bit, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that better? My name is Birgit Lenger, Lenger. Thank you, Assembly members, for taking the time to listen to us tonight. I'm here in support of this ordinance of pesticide-free Anchorage. I'm here as a community member, I'm here as a parent, and I'm also here as a naturopathic doctor. And I don't think you need to be a scientist or a doctor to recognize that chemicals that can kill pests would be harmful to human health. It's pretty straightforward. So whatever we can do to minimize the use of those chemicals and to notify people when they're possibly used in their environment and they can choose to avoid it is going to be best for all of us. And also using less toxic materials is going to be helpful for the people working in them and exposed to them on a regular basis. In my practice, I often have pregnant women come in to see me, and they want to make the best of their pregnancy and have the healthiest child they possibly can. And we talk about basic things that most of us are aware of, like avoiding alcohol, not smoking, eating healthy, choosing fish that are low in mercury, not having soft, unpasteurized cheese, unfortunately. And then we encourage women to do healthy things, eat well, get enough rest, get outside, exercise, get fresh air. But when they go outside to that park, do I want her to be walking around and exposed to potential chemicals? Or at the very least, she could have the option to say, this area has been sprayed in the last 24 hours. I'm going to choose to go elsewhere. And then later on, along comes the toddler. We do the same thing. We talk about locking up the chemicals in the house or any cleaners so they don't have access to it, making sure they don't fall down the stairs and hurt themselves, all the things we can do in the home to prevent harm to the child. Well, how about a happy, trip to the park where you're going to play or have a picnic? Toy falls on the ground. Kids are on the ground all the time. They're going to pick those things up. Often things go into the mouth. It's a direct pathway. And probably a lot of us have a 10-second rule. Maybe that's fine in our house or in our own backyard, but maybe not if it falls in an area where an herbicide has been used. So those are some straightforward examples that come up a lot for me. And obviously, chemicals don't just impact pregnant women and children. They impact all of us. I can think of a family that I know who had their own greenhouse business, and they're exposed to pesticides on a regular basis. And not coincidentally, 3 of those family members came down with neurological disorders. So we know that pesticides can impact our nervous system, our immune system. We've heard from many people about the various systems they can impact, endocrine system, impacting cancers. Whatever we can do to minimize exposure to these things, I highly support. And just a few other quick things to mention. A lot of times people think, well, if it's a small amount, or if you're not exposed to very much of it, perhaps it's not so harmful. But this is shown to not be true at all. Sometimes even very small amounts of chemical exposure at the right time can have detrimental effects later. Timing is really critical. So where in the life cycle somebody is. So again, children, more vulnerable, developing quickly, they're going to have a greater impact to chemicals than somebody who might be older. And another part of the timing can be, does it happen before puberty? We're seeing that girls who are exposed to chemicals before they hit puberty are more likely to develop breast cancer than if they're exposed to that chemical after puberty. And the one piece that always fascinates me, but it's also very disturbing, is the multi-generational effect of chemicals. And that is that a grandparent could be exposed to a pesticide, and not only their child, but their grandchild could be at a greater risk for cancer. And more recently, some other newer pesticides, they've seen that with obesity as well, so that you can actually see an exposure pass along to several generations is quite disturbing. So basically, it's hard enough to be healthy as it is, to get the exercise, to eat well, to do all the things we need to do to be healthy. So if there's some things we can do to make that easier, things that are within our control to change, like exposure to pesticides, then why don't we do that? I encourage you to support this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Chen. I work in public lands management, and the interns that come through our program have to sign a special waiver before they can use pesticides. They also have to don specific gear before they can use pesticides. So these are all precautionary measures to not touch pesticides. And so my concern is with we have youth and young adults and multi-generations playing on public lands in our parks, and so they're being directly exposed to these pesticides. Second, I grew up on the Chesapeake Bay, and we know for a fact that the application, agricultural application and landscape application of pesticides and herbicides has led to the fisheries collapsing in the Chesapeake Bay. And so I would urge Alaskans to also keep that in mind for the sake of our salmon fisheries. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I, Visa Victory, EE-2. Well, I'm against pesticides too. But on the flip of the coin, do I really want rats, voles, mice coming up to me while I'm enjoying the park? It has to be a happy medium. What's going to take the place of pesticides? That's what I'd like to know. And if you're going to get rid of pesticides, you better have something there to replace it. My name's Ed Larrivee. That's what I think.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Training?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Can we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mitch. I have some amendments if we like.
Before you make those amendments, I'm going to hear Mr. Trainee the gavel, and I'm just going to be really, really brief, so hold on.
Set the time to 10 minutes.
No, it's going to be brief. Anyway.
Madam Chair.
I just want to reemphasize what someone who testified this evening said. And Mr. Train and I initially met and talked about the issue, and then we empowered Ms. Miller to pull together all the stakeholders and have a working document that everybody can have consensus on. And that's exactly what happened. There were meetings for several months. We had Rules Committee meeting, a work session, and before this ordinance was introduced by Mr. Train and I, they worked it out. And that's the way I like to do business in this community. Bring all the stakeholders together and have them work it out so we don't waste a lot of time at this level. I would urge my colleagues to vote for this ordinance, and the only amendment that I would encourage you to approve before the main motion is before us is the amendment that is being offered by me. Mr. Trainer will bring it forward. And other than that, a lot of work went into it. Folks worked together. We got some 11th hour emails from folks who were involved from the beginning. With that said, I encourage you to please do the right thing and vote for this ordinance. It's a public safety issue, and it doesn't prohibit pesticides. It just does the right thing when dealing with pesticides. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We want you to bring your amendment forward since it's a housekeeping amendment.
Mr. Dunbar is in the queue, and I'd like to give him an opportunity to speak first. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to bring Amendment 2, and I apologize that I got these to the body so late. I'm in kind of an interesting position here because I do support the overall ordinance, and I do hope that it passes. But I have a couple of small concerns. And I think Amendment 2 is also unusual because I'm only editing the whereases. I'm not editing the substance in this one. I think you can remove these whereases, and these are, I think, 5 of the 9 or so. And still have plenty of justification for the ordinance as a whole. But I felt that some of these whereases made statements that were stronger than I felt the evidence we had in front of us warranted. I'll put it that way. Again, I support the overall ordinance, but I would appreciate if we would, as a preliminary matter, amend these whereases.
Second.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Mr. Mosky. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I have a question, not to say this is wrong, but what impact on anything would changing the whereases have?
So I think, Madam Chair, may I answer
Certainly,
that?
Mr. Dunbar.
So I agree. This doesn't change the substantive law of the ordinance. But I do think that when we make statements of policy, it matters. And when we justify our actions, it matters. And I think there are some conclusions in these whereases that are based on science that I don't think we have a full grasp of as a body. So, if you don't vote for my amendment, that won't cause me to vote against the ordinance because it doesn't change the substantive law. But I would be more comfortable if we were a little bit less grandiose in some of the declarations we made as we passed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Trainee?
As one of the makers of this, I've got no problem with getting rid of your whereases. It doesn't change the substance of the law. So I've got no problem supporting that. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Dunbar's amendment number 2. That amendment is approved unanimously. There is no one. Mr. Starr.
Madam Chair, I'd try to verse myself on the work session information. At the work session, did Mr. Rada present on behalf of the administration?
Yes.
And you can quote him if you'd like. Is he okay with this?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Most recently in an email, I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment that I'm still debating whether or not to bring forward, but I think it goes to what Mr. Starr was just saying. So I've been communicating with Mr. Rada and other members of the administration. I'd like them to come and speak if possible. Mr. Rada, would you mind coming and testifying? And Mr. Schuette, I don't know if you are comfortable speaking to this or if there's someone else who can speak to. There are other public lands and properties that are impacted by this that aren't parks. Are you the appropriate person to speak to about that? Is there someone else? I think you're kind of on the hot seat.
No.
Would you mind joining Mr. Rada? So I guess I'd like just to hear both of you sort of reiterate what was asserted by the people that testified, that this, we don't anticipate this is going to increase costs or significantly hamper our abilities to do invasive species control and the like. And then second, to the specific amendment I have related to groundwater. So actually, you know what, could you please answer those first, and then we'll talk about the amendment in a moment.
Okay. Which would you prefer, through the chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Dunbar, which would you prefer I address first?
Could you speak about cost and why or why not this will not increase costs to the municipality?
We don't believe this is going to increase costs because we don't really employ too many of these applications. In fact, it's actually quite rare. If we're faced with a situation that's larger than what we think would be possible to control, we would go to a licensed contractor, and they would have to follow the same criteria, guidelines, the codification that's going to come out of this, and any existing rules, standards, or regulations.
So, well, I guess I don't quite understand that. Just because they're a contractor, if we have a higher regulatory burden, you'd think it might increase the price they charge if they were limited in using a particularly effective and cheap pesticide, for example.
That would be a possibility, but I don't see I don't see the broad scale of need. It's pretty limited. You know, we already employ a best practices. We have a program, so we don't delve into this really very much. I mean, I understand what people are trying to accomplish, but I think my only comments is that whatever the existing standards are, I have no objection to that. If you want to change them, then you're going to change them, and we'll all live with them. I think there's a little bit of heartburn with the 48-hour notice, because sometimes we're subject to weather-changing conditions very quickly. You put out the notice, you get ready to go. You can't go, you start all over again. It's a dicey kind of a situation. But that's not a deal breaker. For us, the only thing that really impacts us when we're in the field is if we run into a wasp or a hornet's nest or something like that, and it speaks to it in the ordinance.
Right.
I can't afford to have people out there that inadvertently a ground wasp nest. Lots of people are subject. You know, if you got an EpiPen, that's great, but if not, you get stung enough times. You know, so if we run into it, we need to use an aerosol. We need to take the right steps, very limited, one-time, single applications, and then get the hell out of the way. So we're not looking at this as something that really is harmful for us. I can't speak to the private contractors. I don't know what they're going to do to their costs, but we're pretty limited in how we exercise those contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Rada. And yeah, I did notice that there is a single application aerosol cans against biting or stinging insects, so clearly you guys were involved in that, or that was accommodated. Mr. Schutte, could you just speak to briefly the other public lands that aren't parks? Is it also the case that we very rarely use pesticides?
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, if I could recycle everything that he just said, I would, but I didn't write it all down. But in short, no matter what the owner, who the owner of the land is, it's a rare application that would be affected by this. And typically on, for example, HLB lands, if this was an issue, similar to John's answer, it would fall to a contractor, and the contractor would be held to the standards. And would that increase their price? I'm reluctant to say yes or no. I'm not in that industry, but I don't foresee it either.
Okay, thank you. I think you've touched on it pretty well. Don't go anywhere yet, though, because there is an amendment. So I have an amendment that deals with groundwater. And for my colleagues, I reached out to the drafters of this and asked them where they got the 150 and 600 feet from a public or private water source that is used for human consumption, that buffer zone. And they relayed that it came from a piece of state legislation that was sponsored by the Ms. Domboski's aforementioned very young representative from Sitka. And so I reached out to his office and asked them where they got it. And they said they got it from Les Guerra, but they can't remember where he got it from. But the whole thing was sort of started by a large-scale application of pesticide, I believe, by the railroad outside of Seward, and then some other applications in his rural district in southeast Alaska. And it occurred to me that these buffers might not be pragmatic in the same way for an urban area like Anchorage. The androgynous and resident fish habitats, to me, that makes perfect sense. The runoff gets into the streams. But groundwater is different. And so I guess I wanted to ask both of you, and we talked about this a little bit by email, Mr. Rada. So the groundwater, there are a number of wells. There are wells all over Anchorage, and for you, Mr. Schutte, as well. So how difficult is it for municipal employees to know where all these private water sources are, and how restrictive would this be? 600 feet from all of our parks, what's the likelihood you're going to hit many wells, basically? I think there are wells even inside some of our parks. Am I not wrong about that?
Yes, there are wells inside some of our parks. Again, I'll go back and say the same thing. I can't see us being in a position where we would be undertaking that kind of an endeavor. We would put the onus back on a private contractor if that was necessary. It would be their obligation to research any public water systems or any local water systems, and part of this, of course, goes back to your notice requirements, and you'd have to canvass or survey to make sure that, in fact, we don't create some harmful effect.
Mr. Schutte, can you speak to, I believe we have a registry of private wells, is that true?
That's through the chair, Mr. Dunbar. Yes, the inventory of both types, or all three water types that you've listed, whether it's private wells or existing streams and waterways, are identified throughout the municipality.
So how onerous would it be for municipal employees to conform with B4, the 600 feet from a private water source?
Through the chair, off the top of my head, without looking at a map that shows exactly where those waterways are and where any given application would happen, it's tough to try and answer that. But I'll go back to my earlier comment that all of the waterways and private wells throughout the municipality are pretty robustly mapped, and that in any instance where either a private contractor or a municipal employee was tasked with this, identifying those waterways should be a relatively easy task.
Thank you. That's actually, those are all the questions I had, Madam Chair, and given the testimony of the employees, I don't intend to introduce Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Trainee?
Madam Chair, I've got an amendment for you. This will be on page 2, line 30. The department means the municipality of Anchorage, Department of Health and Human Services. We're adding or designate, because it came up in the work session that the health department doesn't work the hours that Parks and Rec does. So this would allow the designee, for example, be Parks and Rec, to make the determination rather than wait until they go to work in the morning.
Second.
Because they work 24/7 days a week, they tell me.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you, Mr. Losky. There's no one in the queue. Please vote on amendment number 1 offered by Mr. Trainee. That amendment passes unanimously. Okay, Mr. Flynn.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to say thanks to you and Mr. Trainee and the many others who put a lot of work into this, and I am generally supportive of it. Mr. Dunbar sort of tangentially referenced my concern, my minor concern over this, in that the network of water sources within the municipality is vast. And I'm sure you meant to say anadromous when you said androgynous, but nevertheless, you did. We all heard it down here. That specific aspect, I think, despite Mr. Rada's and Mr. Schuette's assurances, is going to prove problematic at some point. I mean, if you represented South Anchorage, as does Mr. Evans and Mr. Weddleton, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting a public water source of some sort that would be affected by this. But if they want to vote for it, I'm not going to stop them. We, in my area, have 3 anadromous streams, a couple of private well systems, but mostly we're on public water, so we won't be as affected. You in your area, probably a little bit more. I think that one aspect of this is going to be very difficult to manage, and saying, well, a private contractor has to figure that out is punting to somebody who shouldn't have to fix the problem that we haven't addressed. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I guess a couple things. I have actually worried about this separation too, because the well and septic systems throughout the hillside and other places work quite well, and the separation required between a septic system and a well is only 100 feet, and we don't really have problems. And there's a lot of real funk that gets into a septic system, as you'd imagine. So I'm puzzled at the 600 feet, but this doesn't really restrict. It just says if you're in there, even though it uses the phrase non-allowed, it really is allowed if you go get special permission. So I don't know that it's a real crisis, so I didn't choose to challenge the measurement there. But I do have another amendment, too.
There are 3 people in the queue. Can I let them talk first, and then we'll get to you? Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll save some of my comments for later, but I do have one question that I'm just not sure of the answer of, and I'm not sure who's best to answer this. But the ordinance talks about, we've been talking about, outdoor areas, parks, and things like that, which is the main focus. But the ordinance also covers municipal properties. And it seems to me that would include all the buildings that the municipality owns, which would also include, the extermination type things that have to go on, especially in old buildings. And I was just wondering how this impacts that, and whether that was considered at all by the group in coming up with this.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ms. Miller, can you address Mr. Evans' question, please, since you were the lead in the group? Thank you.
Mr. Evans, through the chair, yes, it does. It is the intention of the ordinance to address all municipal properties with the justification that those deserve protection as well, since they are public places that the public frequents. And I will say that with regard to your question concerning buildings, that again, with the Anchorage School District, which does also have its share of aging buildings, it's worked well because preventative measures are actually more effective and even more cost effective at preventing pest problems in the first place. And they also have the provision of using pesticides only as a last resort. So I think this is workable for both public lands and other public properties.
And to that, were there people on the working group that are responsible for doing the exterminations in our public buildings? Were they participating in this?
I think so, from the Horticulture Division of the Park and Recreation Division.
Yeah.
I can't remember her name.
Right,
Mr.
and
Rodney.
also the Department of Health and Social Services was involved.
Okay. I guess I don't know if Mr. Abbott knows or not. If there is a pest problem in City Hall, who handles that?
Triple net lease, we handle it.
Every 3 years, they take care of that.
The facility maintenance division in the maintenance and operations department has responsibility for dealing with pest issues there.
And does anybody know if they were at all consulted or involved in this process? 'Cause it seems like their issues may be different than the people with Parks and Rec and all those others.
Sure. Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. That's all I have for now, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Steele?
Well, we're bringing up a concern here. We're talking about a not allowed pesticides may not be applied within 150 feet of an Andromedas or resident fish habitat or within 600 feet of a public or private water source used for human consumption. Now, does that mean horizontally along the ground, or does that mean if you have a well that's in a casing that's pulling from 300 feet, you can't use it anywhere around that within 600 feet of that point source on the surface? Now, I have a problem with that in that I'm on a private well, and my neighborhood is on a private well. Within that neighborhood, does that mean anywhere 600 feet horizontal on the surface from that point source? Or are we talking about surface water supplies?
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Ms. Miller, would you mind addressing his question? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Steele, through the chair. It was our intention to have that distance based on surface measurement from the point of application to the source.
Even if the well is encased and is drawing from 300 foot below the surface of the soil?
Yes, because in the Anchorage Bowl, we have a lot of unconsolidated sand and gravel, which is very permeable to the flow of pesticides, and those pesticides could flow into whether a private or public water source.
I will be a no vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Okay. Mr. Evans, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, it's late and I'm not sure. Are we just at the final debate here? Or,
Yes, we're at debate.
Okay, this is our time for our
Right.
general comments.
A point of order, I've got an amendment.
Mr. Weddleton had an amendment,
Okay,
and
I'll
let's
just
let him
wait
do that
after that
first. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, well, I've got Weddleton Amendment 1 and only, which you have, and this deals with a couple things that Mr. Stollard had brought up at our work session, and one regards kind of large parks, in particular Far North Bicentennial Park, which is well over 4,000 acres, so 7 square miles. And the signing, if it were signed at all the entrances, that would be many, many entrances, and would not be very effective. And I visit that park frequently, many times a week. So this just tightens up the notification so it's more in the vicinity of where the actual pesticide use would be used. And then the second sentence here deals with notifications, where in some cases where we were told that rather than doing broad spraying, it's more efficient to just come in over a period of days and do very small applications. And so this loosens up the notification a bit so that it would make it easier to do that less troublesome
Second.
use. Thank you.
You're
Right,
welcome.
second. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a question for you, John, and perhaps for the administration. The term large parks or green belts, is that a term of art? Do we have that defined anywhere? So how do we know? I mean, I guess the 1,000 feet, right, is something that we could use to define it. But can we be a little more precise so we know where this applies and where it doesn't?
That's a good question.
This is the problem having lawyers in the body, Mr. Weddleton.
Beg your pardon?
This is the problem having lawyers in the body.
Well, no, it's a valid point, and I think we could say large parks. We could actually specify. We could say Far North Bicentennial Park. We could say Kincaid Park.
May I suggest you pick a specific acreage, and you can pick whatever one you want.
Well, you know, it's not unusual to split them up because, or perhaps we could think in Title 21 it talks about regional parks, and that is Kincaid, Russian Jack, and Far North Bicentennial Park.
Does Mr. Rada, do you have any thoughts on this? Sorry to make you come all the way down. If your answer is no, you can remain seated.
I know.
Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Weddleton, what specifically are you looking for? Are you talking about park designations or a distance? What is it that you want me to address?
I guess what we're looking at, and I guess my main focus was kind of the larger parks. If you have to notice the entrances to the park, if you're doing a park, well, that's covers all those entrances at Kincaid or maybe all those entrances at Far North Bicentennial Park, when you may be spraying just at Hilltop. So you'd be getting information that would be misleading, really, for most users of the park. So how do we contain it into a smaller area? And I think it's a valid point. How do we describe this, and particularly a green belt? I mean, how do you do all the entrances to Chester Creek Trail if you're just spraying at one spot?
If you want to use a designation like a regional park, you know, that would be probably something of size, if you want to call it, because you're going to have a large expanse, you're going to have a lot of distance, and you're going to have multiple accesses to it. I don't object to the 1,000 feet. I think there's a certain, if it's going to be repetitive applications, which is what you had addressed, then you might want to have some sort of a notice requirement that says repetitive applications within a certain day period rather than just leave it wide open. But, you know, I mean, we can go to Mirror Lake, Edmonds Lake, Beach Lake. You know, we've got a lot of large parks. We've got 15,000 acres of parkland. So I'm not sure how you're going to identify the Chester Creek Greenbelt as opposed to Kincaid or Far North or Mirror Lake or Edmonds Lake or Beach Lake or, I mean, we have lots of examples. So I'm not sure how you want to approach this, you know, with some consistency.
Well, I guess actually we could simplify this if I could do it on the fly. People ready?
Mr. Dunbar's in the queue, and then Mr. Croft, and I'll come back to you, Mr. Weddleton, if that's okay. Mr. Dunbar?
Question for you, Mr. Rada. And again, I know we're kind of making sausage on the floor here, but can you describe to me sort of what the average acreage of a park is in Anchorage, or what a large park average acreage would be? So we could maybe find a limit. Maybe it's 10 acres. Maybe it's 100 acres. What's a large park in Anchorage?
Well, Beach Lake Park is 1,750 acres.
That's a large park?
That's a large park.
So what's the smallest large park?
The smallest large park, 0.67 acres.
Okay.
Because if it's in your neighborhood,
you're not working with me here, Mr.
If it's in your neighborhood, it's a large park.
And is greenbelt, is that actually a term that we use so we know what the greenbelts are? Like we have them legally established, this is a greenbelt, this is a greenbelt?
Yeah, Rabbit Creek Greenbelt,
So we
Chester
can-
Creek Greenbelt.
we can
There's
leave
multiple
that.
examples. Yeah.
So my thing is we can leave the word greenbelt there if it's a term of art, and now we just got to figure out what a large park is. And maybe Mr. Croft can help us out there.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Mr. Harada. Mr. Croft.
I just think you could at some point define every term in an ordinance and have your whole thing be definitions. And I don't think it's a problem to say in large parks or green belts you can do this. I think it makes a lot of sense, Mr. Weddleton. And, I mean, really you only need to do those definitions when you're worried about abuse by the person you're granting that discretion to. And I'm not really in this case. That is, that they would declare everything a large park or green belt and thereby fall under this category. I mean, it's a somewhat common sense approach when you're doing exactly what you're intending to. So I'd argue we don't need to define large, define green belts, define specific area. It works to provide the discretion you're trying to do without further elaboration, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. There's no one else in, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I think I can simplify it even more, though I appreciate that, Mr. Croft. If it's simply read, in parks or green belts, entrances within 1,000 feet of the treated area will be posted, and continue from there. So delete large and delete where only a specific area is treated. So basically we're saying you just have to sign it within 1,000 feet of, entrances within 1,000 feet of where you're applying the pesticide.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's no one else in the queue. Let's vote on Mr.
voting on my
Weddleton.
So
Sorry?
we have to have an amendment to the amendment.
To go down to the next
No, we don't.
to make an entrance.
Ms. Demboski's ready to go.
Right. Oh,
Okay.
right. Okay, we're going to vote on this.
Madam Clerk,
Miss,
you got the wording?
I'll make sure that she gets
Okay.
this. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment, proposed amendment. That amendment passes 9-2. Thank you. We are now at the main motion as amended. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things I'm going to miss about being on this body is that it does give you occasion to study things you would never otherwise study. And this has been one of those issues since this first came up. Spent a lot of time, looking into what an integrated pest management program was, things like that. And based on that, it looks like what we have as this ordinance is a good proposal of our intent to have a pest management program. It is not in and of itself, I would say, an integrated pest management program. It is sort of the will of the municipality to enter that. And I think following up on that is the key point, because I looked at, this is Portland's, a very eco-friendly kind of city. Their pest management program for just their parks, not including all the other things that we include. It's 98 pages. It has a lot of details because a lot of these pest management programs, I think they're very sensible. It gets you away from pesticides, uses a lot of proactive, natural, biological, and planting certain different plants that, help evade or eliminate other invasive species.
Oh, yeah.
But if we don't do that, if we do not follow up and we just leave it at this, it's not going to be that good a system. So I think part of what the body has to do after passing this, if it passes, which I hope it does, is to task the Department of Health in conjunction with Parks and Rec and whoever else you need to actually develop a real plan that specifies the different areas of town and treats them independently, because they're all unique and need a different approach. And it's also important to know that the Department of Health, I talked to Melinda before this, they don't necessarily have the scientific expertise in-house to necessarily answer the questions that are required of them here. They would, often defer to the person at Parks and Rec, who apparently it's one person who has this sort of scientific background. So if this is something we're going to do, you need to beef up your resources in order to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainee?
I'll be supporting this, Madam Chair. We started this process a long time ago. We had a lot of people came to it. I think it's a good accommodation. And we've all got children and grandchildren that are in the parks. And these little kids when we get in the parks don't care what it is. They stick it in their mouth and they move on. And I'm really not interested in my grandchildren. I've got more than anybody on here. Don't want them sticking pesticides in their mouth. So we need to make sure that the pesticides we do put down is adequately noticed so parents know what the kids are getting in their hands and mouth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I'll be supporting this too, and I'm really glad to see this happen as a frequent visitor to many parks. And I'm really sympathetic to exposure to chemicals. I don't know much about the science, but I worry not just if one is deemed safe, is it safe when you're exposed to 3 or 4 different ones, and those kind of turn into the chemical stew that's all over in our bodies. And I do appreciate that this was a pretty extensive process. It does look like, while not everyone was perfectly happy with it, that there was a good breadth of people involved with it and came up with perhaps some compromises. But it looks like kind of that main issue that came to an emails in our discussion at the work session is what extent is it a integrated pest management and what extent isn't it? And I think that it does find that balance, and as Mr. Evans said, it did sound like there was a commitment to creating an integrated pest management plan that this would rely on. So I do support it. Hope everyone else does. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on the main motion as amended. This ordinance is approved 10-1. We are now at agenda item 14-0, AO 2017-53, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 2.10, State Legislative Program, Chapter 2.20, Municipal Clerk's Office, and Chapter 2.30, Rules of Procedure for the Assembly to make gender neutral and to clarify and amend nomenclature and procedures. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Can we have a second, please? Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Aw, shucks, Madam Chair. You're enacting part of my charter amendment. Thank you. That's awesome.
You're welcome, Mr. What's your name again? Mr. Starr?
A long time ago, Barbara asked me to help on this, and I ducked it because I didn't want to get into the middle of it. It wasn't on purpose. Yes, it was. But the requirement, and I'm tired, and as Mr. Croft said, you guys can deal with the procedural changes later. Several things. The need to submit an AM with every ordinance, however, is somewhat problematic to me. There's half of them tonight, the ordinances didn't have an AM with them. So an AM to me is clarification if the body doesn't quite get it. I've oftentimes written AMs with the purpose to educate the body or to voice my opinion out ahead of it. There are other times when it's crystal clear, or I'll rely on the planning and zoning case attached to it. Zoning changes tonight. Mr. Potters didn't have an AM with it. So I'm always suspect of when you have to do that. Seems also that you do an AM requirement when the sponsor is an assembly member, but necessarily wouldn't be an AM attached to a mayoral sponsored legislative change. So I see that somewhat problematic. I think the rules and procedures are helpful in some cases. However, the general public, we're clarifying you can't talk after the agenda closes on a previous agenda item, meaning the audience participation, which we freely say anybody can address us and yell at us for anything. Let them yell at us because they didn't like what we did at 9 o'clock. I think you're going to start to hunker it down, and the public are going to be a little bit more irritated that we're untouchable with that. Sorry you had your bite at the apple at 9 o'clock. Well, I wasn't here at 9 o'clock. I want to come and yell at you now, and you, as chairman, say, sorry, you can't. Our rules say you can't. That's hard for people to understand. We get it. We understand we just debated fluoride for 2 weeks, but I'm suspect of some of those procedural changes from that avenue, not motivated to make amendments, however. So I just put a note of caution out there. It's a big apple to bite off and chew. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Croft?
I just want to say I appreciate that we've adopted an anadromous language in this.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Flynn?
I would make a motion on page 7, which is 927 in our packet, on line 25.
Page 7,
Yeah.
line 25?
Yeah.
Okay.
For some reason, we're replacing second with third, and I think that's unnecessarily restrictive. I think we should just leave it the way it was, third Tuesday, and that gives the body flexibility in case we have an uncertain election and need a little more time for the clerk's office to do certification.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's a motion. There's nobody else in the queue. There's a motion on the floor. Oh, Mr. Starr.
I was going to just get back in the queue on another topic.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor to amend page 7, line 25.
And we just restore third.
To restore third. Madam Clerk, do you have any comments on that? Not to put you on the spot, but if you do, I mean.
Through the chair, basically my understanding is that the assembly can reorganize at any time, so I think you can do it on the second or the third.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Can I talk about that just for a second?
Certainly, Mr. Starr.
In using this one, the election this is the first Tuesday. So then the reorganization will be on the same night as seating?
Usually is.
And that's what I think that probably isn't. I think Mr. Flynn is correct. I think that's not the best way to have that relationship start.
Yeah, it says no later than, so they can, even if we approve this amendment, they can still do it.
No, I get that. I'm with you in support of what you're saying to do, because if it stays at 2, then in the example of what's going to happen is that the reorganization would happen next Tuesday. Yeah. So it doesn't always happen that way. Quite frankly, it's been both.
Let's go with third.
Kind of depends. So I think Mr. Flynn's amendment to make it 3 meetings, no later than 3 makes sense. If you're organizing can do it the night of the reseating, it's fine. But you'll look and see what happens.
Sure.
Families are in the audience. You got coming and going. You got a dinner. People want to cry a lot, like Elvie. It's not the environment to and then you got a guy that you're trying to get as chair, and he doesn't want you to be chair, and you're going to vote against him, and then he's mad at you for 2 meetings, and there's a lot that goes into that reorganization that shouldn't happen the day we reseat.
Bill, she does have 2 Kleenex boxes here just in case.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There is no one else in the queue. We're voting on the proposed amendment. Please vote. That amendment is approved unanimously. We now have before us the main motion.
I was in the queue for another
Okay.
topic.
Mr. Starr?
And Ms. Gray-Jackson, you can help me with this. The need to get the legislative packet approved, and I played with this date before. I don't know if it's been changed or not. The idea to get the legislative packet in front of the folks in Juneau with enough time to help is my problem with what it says by December 20th or December 10th now. So I never knew the answer to how to fix it, but you need to get that legislative packet in front of the folks in Juneau as soon as you can. And so I just think you need to restudy that amendment later, whoever's on the body that can deal with it, because from Budget and Finance Chair perspective, it really isn't tied to the capital program per se, but back in the Begich days, it was the capital program was the legislative plan. So I don't.
Well, if I may respond, you're right. The capital program is part of the legislative program, but now that there is no money coming from Juneau, it's not like it used to be. And the December date, often we'd have meetings with the legislature in Anchorage, and it would, it was always nice to have the legislative program ready to give to them in Anchorage before it got to Juneau.
Yeah.
So, with that said, I think the December 10th date is.
I said I don't have any interest to,
Right.
modify the document. I just think it's going to be a weakness later on, much like in the CAFR by the end of June. It doesn't always happen that way
Right.
for some reason or another.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to recognize how clever my colleague's joke was, Mr. Croft. Sometimes his wit goes unappreciated. I think that's unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Croft?
Mr. Starr's point about restricting public testimony at the end, I've been searching for where that is, and because I agree that if somebody wants to come at the very end and say whatever they want to say, as long as they keep it to 3 minutes, I don't care whether it was on the agenda or not. That's their time.
Page 16, line 31.
Oh, I was looking on page 21. Okay, page 16.
Line 31.
And actually, Madam Chair, if I may, Mr.
Certainly,
Croft,
Mr. Flynn.
this is policy. If you read your agenda, it speaks to that as part of how we conduct our business. I'm not sure it's necessary to codify it, but it is the practice of the body that if we've heard, for example, a discussion of a youth representative to the assembly ordinance, we don't take that up as part of audience participation because the presumption is the audience has already had the opportunity to participate in that. Mr. Starr's point's not poorly taken. I'm just saying that's how we've practiced things.
And it's not just that they've already testified on that. It's that the topic itself was there. And
anything else, Mr. Croft?
Mr. Leva, you're off the hook, though, because that doesn't take place until July 15th. So tonight you can yell at us on any topic.
I'm waiting.
Anything else, Mr. Croft?
yeah, I guess I know we want to get going, but I'd propose that we delete the language starting with however. So a person may testify on any topic. Period.
Okay. We have a second? Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
No, I was just going to remind the body of AO 37 when we had 920 people testify. And then if we'd had this where they could keep testifying, it would have gone for another day.
Necessarily. We still have to adjourn a little later than midnight. No one would like it or not.
Okay, gentlemen.
It was a time period where the clock would stop. But
Okay, gentlemen. The motion before us is on page 16, line 31, to delete both lines except for the minutes. Correct, Mr. Croft? Thank you. Anyway, there's no one in the queue. Please vote. Somebody needs to vote. Okay. That amendment failed 7-4. We now have before us the main motion as amended, AO 2753 as amended. There's no one in the queue. Please vote on the main motion. That ordinance is approved unanimously. We are now at audience participation. Anyone wish to be heard?
Good evening, Raul Oliva, Mr. Starr, Mr. Flynn, Mr. Evans, and Elvie. Thank you for your service. And congratulations to Felix. He'll fill in a seat. He'll be capable and competent. That's a belated April Fool's. Hey, it gets worse for me, though. The Brother Francis Shelter put in those TED beds. That's wrong. That's adjacent to a heavy industrial area. I think it's a violation of their conditional use. They can get a medic, but that's not a place to have respite. I have a train horn. I got a permit from Health and Social Services to blow it. I can blow it day and night. I don't think they're going to get better being adjacent to my lot or in an industrial area. I want to tell you about the drug use. I'm out. I'm quitting. I'm leaving because it's no longer safe or healthy. They're cutting the fence, cutting the locks, and leaving the needles. I believe it was either yesterday morning, the meth lab burnt up right below the old, the methadone clinic. They had a big fire. My son went and warned them that it's meth, be careful. But this idea of heroin, they're throwing the needles over the fence. I hire those people. The reason I do it, I keep my ear to the ground. They are shooting up in the shelter. Now, they can shoot up all they want, but don't throw the needles on my lot. Because with fentanyl, it's 400 times the strength of heroin. My dogs step on it. My workers refuse to pick up the needles. And this past week, I'm a pacifist. I asked you to cut up the guns, but I had to draw my weapon on some of the vermin that cut through the lock, cut through the fence, cut through the locks, and they pilfered all through the personal items, clients' items, and I can't stop them. I fixed the fence. The next day they're back. It took an hour and 45 minutes for the cops to come the first time, and hey, I'm not a violent person. The second time, they came real quick, and I gotta get out because I'm gonna get killed or I'm gonna kill someone. And it's just not worth it anymore. So I'm vacating as quickly as I can. I'll fulfill my contracts, but I don't want any of my family to take over this business at that location because it is infested with vermin. And anyone who has compassion to feed them, house them, clothe them, get them better, take them home with you. But don't leave them there because that problem is growing at exponential rate, and there's nothing you're going to do about it. Those policemen, even the girl that made it through the fence, she said, hey, the cops aren't coming. We all stood there and wait. She opened up her backpack, took out her Marnock, poured drinks for everyone, filled a little bottle, and threw it to the two guys I had on the ground with a gun.
Thank you.
Then the other guy spit on me. And then they said they were going to come back and burn me out. Who wants to be in business at that location with that environment growing?
Thank you very much.
Do you have any questions?
No questions, but thank you. Have a good
Okay.
evening.
Mr. Starr, Elvie, Mr. Flynn, and Mr. Evans, I will not miss you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. Well, just a little bit of an update, even though you guys denied the whole drone ordinance stuff. Actually, you guys possibly dodged a bullet on that issue. I don't know if you guys have heard of the case Taylor versus Huerta, Huerta. It's actually a case that's that was filed back in 2015 against the FAA about their new drone regulations. Now, it was just heard at the end of March, and I just learned about it yesterday, actually. And within 45 days, there's going to be a decision made by the appellate court over in Washington, D.C., and that has a strong potential of changing the erasing or changing all the drone registration laws. And with the amendment that you guys made with the drone ordinance, could have possibly affected that. So I just wanted to make sure if you guys go ahead and end up coming back to revisit any kind of drone ordinances, keep in mind there's still lawsuits that are in play. Not all of them are well known. And so there's also, potential for you guys making some sort of ordinance and having to come back and make adjustments because a lawsuit completely changed how the regulations are or exist at that time frame. So that's about it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard?
My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is a victory, EE-2. I kept on waiting and waiting because I wanted to hear somebody say something about drainage, because this stuff is really starting to make a damper on people because it floods the roads, and then you can't see the crater-like 2 feet deep potholes. And when your car runs into it, it could pop your tire, break your axle, do all this stuff. But yet, we don't hear anything about it. Do you all live in the same town? You know, we got to start doing something about this. This is getting ridiculous. And then the crime. Look at Mountain View. Oh my God. I'd call in martial law there. Because, you have a bystander, 17 years old, that gets shot in the head. All he's doing is being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Got another guy, they want a cell phone. So they shoot him in the leg and the gut. We got to do something about the crime, too. But if we don't start addressing this and avoiding little stuff like drones, look how much time you spend on drones. Man, I mean, why can't you spend more time on the three real problems of the city, which is drainage, potholes and road conditions, and the crime? It's getting worse. As Ron just said, he's going to move out where he's at because the crime rate's so bad. We got to start looking at the real issues. We got to quit ignoring the elephant in the room, because if we don't, they might come here. They might be sitting right out here. Then you'll have to deal with them personally. I'm telling you, it's getting bad. If you don't believe it, just drive on the main roads. You'll see it. You'll see craters in the road. So in other words, you have craters in your society, you have craters in your roads, and you have craters in your drainage. What type of town is this? This is the worst I've ever seen. I've been here since '81. This is the worst I've ever seen it. Where's the money that the voters are passing to fix these problems? Where is it going to? Raises for the upper level of the administration? You know, we got to start addressing this. Maybe the four guys that pop up next week, maybe you can influence them to be motivated to fix the problems. This town has them.
Thank you very
My
much.
name's Ed Larrabee. Thank you. Have a safe time going home. Good night.
There's any assembly comments? There's 5 minutes left. Okay, well, how about a motion?
Chair, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Second? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, Madam Clerk.